phone and silencing it. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a caucus of the Jersey City Municipal Council. Today is a sad day here in Jersey City, Monday, December 16th, 2019, with a 3:30 p.m. start. It's 3:49 p.m. And let's go with what we have. We have council members Yun, Solomon, Robinson, and Lavaro. I know I'll record the others as they join us, and maybe we should have a moment of silence for the tragic events of last week.
Thank you, everyone. We'll have a moment of silence for the victims of the tragic shooting of Tuesday. That's Leah Mindy Ferez, Moishe Deutsch, Douglas Miguel Rodriguez Barzola, Michael Rumberger, and of course our own Detective Joseph Seals. Thank you.
Thank you. MetLife did its moment of silence for all of Jersey City yesterday.
So we will, excuse me. Continue the business of the city. Move forward. We'll bring up Mr. Fira.
He's here about 10.4.
And Lubna's with him as well, right? Yep.
Yes, and also...
John, are you part of this as well, or? Okay.
I think 10.12.
10.4 and 10.12.
And we have a little minor correction to make to 10.4. And we'll make it in the system. Just let me grab a piece of paper. The title should say City's Bond Anticipation Notes instead of Special Emergency on 10.4. So 10.4 is a resolution of the City of Jersey City authorizing the circulation of the preliminary official statement and final official statement in connection with the sale of the city's, not special emergency, but other notes, Series 2020A, and approving a continuing disclosure certificate with respect to said notes of the city and authorizing and/or ratifying other actions in connection therewith. Please begin, Mr. Fioran, or any member of the council.
Thank you very much. So a month or so ago, I was here explaining the city's rollover of the bond anticipation notes that matured in December 6th, and there were multiple purposes of that note. I mentioned at that time that for the Bayfront redevelopment project, which is an undertaking by the Jersey City Redevelopment Agency, the city has previously issued $15 million worth of notes in the December 2018 note issue, and $83.4 million worth of notes in the January 2019 issue. We rolled over, as part of the December note issue, the $15 million that was borrowed last December. The purpose of this transaction is to roll over and add some new money to the January 2019 issue. So again, in January 2019, the city issued $83.4 million for the acquisition of the land at Bayfront. The Jersey City Redevelopment Agency has indicated that they need an additional $15 million this year to continue the clearance and redevelopment of the property. So we added that $15 million to the $83.4. And then we also added money to cover both the maturing interest that comes due in January of 2020 on last year's note issue, and the interest that will come due in January 2021 on the notes that we issue in January of 2020. And if we added those four numbers up, it would be the $83.4 million, the $15 million worth of new money, roughly $950,000 of maturing interest, and roughly $1.75 million of interest that will come due in 2022. And we added those four numbers together, got $101.6 million, and for purposes of the resolution, we said estimated $102 million. So that's the proposed borrowing amount, give or take. We're going to be refining that number between now and roughly 2 weeks from now when we go to the market. But for purposes of giving the council the best information we have, that's the targeted amount of the note issuance. And again, it would be a one-year note issue from January of 2020 to January 2021. And as I had explained at the last meeting, with all matters relating to the Bayfront, the expectation is that we will keep this debt as short-term debt, with the expectation that as and when the properties are sold off for redevelopment purposes, that the proceeds of those property sales will be used to retire the bond anticipation notes. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Yun.
Colin?
Yes,
Yeah, you go first.
Yes, sir.
basic questions. The first one is that you mentioned the extra $70 million from JCRA. So, we originally authorized $170 million for the bonds. Can you kind of just describe, what has been sort of allocated to JCRA out of that $170 million to date?
So far, all that has been issued has been the $15 million and the $83.4 million. And of that, my memory was that it went to property acquisition, almost all of it, demolition of buildings, and a small amount left over for what they thought they needed last year for their budget. Now, coming into this year, the city officials met with the JCRA, and they indicated that they expect, I think in their words, $13 to $15 million worth of additional expenses during calendar year 2020. And that's the reason for that increase.
Do we know what that 13 to 15 is?
I do not
for?
yet, because, well, as I said, between now and 10 or 12 days from now, when we're targeting entering into the market, we expect to get a more detailed list. I don't have it personally right now.
Brian, if we have that?
I don't have it either.
We request it just to understand what the use is from.
Yes, I expect it is, broadly speaking, the purpose of the project is to acquire the property, clear it, demolish the existing buildings, and build some degree of infrastructure underneath it. And I believe, I would imagine that the 13 million probably goes toward planning of what the development pods would look like, and probably some degree of infrastructure.
Okay.
That's my guess.
Sure.
Something officially.
Yeah, just looking for an
Well,
understanding.
we'll get a listing from the JCRA of their intent, and we'll have that delivered to the clerk for distribution to the council.
Great, thanks. And then the second question is more of a broader thing, I think, for the VA. We had talked as a council, and Councilman Yoon had mentioned this, I think back in May when we had the special meeting to pass the bond issue, but having a kind of broader meeting where the bond council, CFO, finance department, VA, all kind of brief the council on a broader overview of where the city's bonds and sort of capital projects stand. And I think we had discussed that, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we've done it. So I certainly would be interested in setting that up in January, just because
Whatever.
Yeah, we're actually auditing all of our outstanding capital. We've been doing it for a few months now, actually, and it goes back for a while. So we're hoping to come to council with some resolution on it in January, actually, so we can follow.
So it would be great to do that with a special, not even like a form, but like a meeting with the council to discuss. Just
Information.
A little bit like, because we talked about sort of a little bit when we do budget hearings.
Like a budget
doing
hearing,
like a capital.
yeah.
Just because, it's a, when we do these conversations, they're specific to one item, and I think, we certainly have the audit, I'm sure the new audit's coming.
Yeah.
It does give us some overview, but it'd be great to have a meeting where we can really get the big picture on these things.
That's true.
So that's, you know.
Okay. Do you want to do it during regular budget hearing cycles, or do you want to do it
I
in
think he's saying in
January?
January.
I would like to do it sooner rather than
Sooner.
later, but
Yeah.
yeah, I defer.
Before the budget.
Yeah, so in January would be great on my end. but-
So when we finish the audit, we'll follow up with the council, and then
Okay.
we'll discuss.
Okay,
We'll
great.
set up time.
So can I,
Let me just, Councilman Waterman, early January, is that okay?
Yeah, early January, definitely.
January is too cold.
No, no.
Money get freeze. Gonna do it warmer like a February, but let me ask this one. Okay.
Do you have anything, James?
No, that's it, yeah.
Yeah, so,
Councilman Newman.
so I think I'd like to share with our council colleague. So we have a lot of dream, which is 2020, but one of the issues that you just mentioned to that. So now, so we spent $83 million to purchase a land for Bayfront. Let me very simply let me explain to that part of it.
It's more than that, actually.
More
It's
than
the
that.
It's the 15 plus the 83.4.
So okay. So now, at that time, when we city give it authorization, so the money actually available, they purchase them the land,
Yes.
okay? So that land, actually, when we see that 99 acre, but buildable acres, how many acres is buildable acre is it?
60,
70?
60, some 70.
60, approximately 70 acre. So I want you to make sure that whatever we sell after we build up the infrastructure, whatever we build, when we sell that the land, if we sell the below that, actually our original plan, actually after sell the land, we're gonna use that money to pay off bond. There was a plan, as you mentioned that. So if we sell the land below than what we expect, then whatever difference actually the people of they have to pay.
That's correct.
You know, so
That's
now
correct. That's correct.
when we bring up the so much affordable housing into there, the older developer come up, two things gonna be asking either one. One, they want the land far below the market value to cover their cost of the affordable housing units, or they're gonna ask a very long-term tax abatement or to build. So our council colleagues have to be aware that what's gonna come in 2020, 21. So if you guys give us tax abatement to sell the land at a proper market value, then we're gonna have a short of money for the school funding issue gonna be raised. Correct?
He's not involved in that.
Well, I mean,
Yes. No, just-
generally, everything that you're saying is accurate. I mean,
Yeah.
to the extent that a tax abatement,
So
well, to the extent the tax abatement is granted, there will be less tax money coming in, there will be more payments in lieu of taxes, but I don't think it's correct to say that the schools will be shorted, because statutorily, they will always get their full need, their full ask. It's only a matter of the burden being
We just cross
shifted.
fingers.
Some people would disagree.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe disagree, but end of day, when they build the affordable housing units, when you build that, especially 30-40%, they have to come up with some kind of tax that they're looking for. When you pay the tax abatement, they're not contributing school tax and the very small county tax. So that, what I'm saying is that when they're not contributing to school tax, in other words, we have to pick up the cost. Okay? So another one, when you bring it like this one, if you, or the business administrator or finance, if we were kind enough that, you know, we're going to issue refunding $83 million, but we're going to issue refunding $102 million, then you guys should be explain some piece of paper, what dollar is, what was it, you know what I'm saying? And this funding actually, we refunding every year. Then my major concern is every time we refunding for bond, there are cost is involved. You know, this case is what kind of dollars cost it, because we did it 18, 19, now 20, and it will be 21, and it will be 22 till we sell the most of the land. So each time we issue like a refunding for bond, what is our actual taxpayer cost for that?
So, yeah, yeah, I think,
So
Well,
I'm
that would
asking
be mine.
simply
No, I'm-
bonding costs.
Yes.
Issue bonding costs.
right. So I have with me somewhere, and I'm just, here it is. The issuance expenses from the January 2019 issue, which is similar to what we're doing now, only it's greater. The lion's share of the fees were my firm and the financial advisor. My firm's contract provides for roughly it's 50 cents per $1,000 of bonds. So what it turned out to be last year was $49,000.
How much?
$49,000.
$49,000.
That was my fee last year.
Yeah.
It'll be probably $55,000 this year because they increased amount, something like that. There's the financial advisor. Again, this is the contract that you entered into at the beginning of the year. The financial advisor was apparently $1 per $1,000 worth of bonds. So it was $83,400 last time. It would be approximately $102,000 this time.
Yeah.
That's the lion's share of the fees, and the rest of it, auditor, $7,500, printing $1,000, rating agency $9,500, bidding platform $1,500. So it's principally those two items. I can only speak to my fee and their fee because I know that they are formulated fees. But that's the expense of issuing debt on a short-term or a long-term basis. So you're right.
you talk about
To
the
the extent
yield
that
rate.
we issue notes and we do them again, we have duplicative expenses. But
Annual expenses.
annual expenses. But as I indicated before, it's inefficient to go to a long-term bond issuance when you know that you expect to pay it off within 2 or 3 years.
Right.
So the choice was, what do you do under this particular circumstance?
So now then, I'm going to ask the finance one.
Yes.
So 2019, because the reason is this way, is actually we're refunding every year. Every time we're refunding the bond, and the cost associated, you know what I'm saying? So now, approximately like last time I was jumped the ceiling, close to $800,000 total, you know what I'm saying? Because money not even used yet, some bond, you know what I'm saying? So my concern is that, do you have any plan to change to instead of yearly renewal, maybe like a 3 or 5 as a short-term note? Because we're not going to be able to sell their land, to the developer in next year, you know what I'm saying? Because we talk about the 70-acre land, you're not going to sell overnight, right? So while we not have some plan, do you have any comparison chart to yearly, that their renewal refund cost, and what is cost will be, we do like a short-term, maybe 3 years or 5 years?
We can make the plan if you want, but it depends on the interest rate. If we have the interest rate very good, the low interest rate, we will be saving more money as compared to cost of issuance.
So now this is a key word I can say that. Between today's, the interest bond interest is really rock bottom. I think that this is the time we should get some kind of like a 3-5 years of note. Tom is much better than, every years. Don't you think so? Do you have any comparison chart that you can create with something?
We can create a chart, but the thing is, it's banned anticipation notes. It's banned. We have to renew every year, up to 10 years.
Yeah, actually, let me explain that.
Okay, good.
So the two ways that you can finance are through either bonds or bond anticipation notes. If it's bond anticipation notes, there is a limitation of 1 year on the duration of the note.
Okay.
Unless you happen to be in a special program where you're financing water or sewer utilities through the New Jersey infrastructure. Beyond that, it's a 1 year maturity. The only way to do a 3-year note issue, for example, or a 4-year note issue would actually be to do a very short-term bond issue, which is an alternative method of doing it. You could go out and do a 3 or 4 year bond issue. Rarely does one see it because most issuers, are comfortable with the 1 year rollover concept. It also gives you somewhat more flexibility if you expect a significant amount is going to be paid down, before the maturity. Which again, I was led to believe that the payments coming from the sale of the land are not so far down the road that it's inappropriate to do 1 year notes. The other element about the difference between 1 year and 4 years is that if we issue them on a tax-exempt basis, as we are, we do it on the basis of what we think the use of the land will be between now and next year. How much of the land is going to actually go into private development between now and next year. And we were assured that no more than 10% would actually become privately owned within the next year. If it were higher than 10% on the tax rules, we would have to issue at least a portion of the bonds on a taxable basis. If your time horizon is greater than 1 year, if it's a 4-year bond issue, if you were to do that, you would want to make sure that there was a call feature where you can retire debt early as your plans change. And to get that call feature, you probably have to pay a higher interest rate than you would for a bond anticipation note. So all these things would have to be factored in. I was just trying to give you a bigger picture.
You just explained to us. Can't you get it by some comparison chart to provide discounts? So we have to know because every year refunding just automatically actually funding and refunding for what do they call the bond, and every time we gotta spend $700,000-$800,000 for the cost of the issue bonding. I think it's not fair. But if you look at we know that the Bayfront thing is not going to happen in a short period of time, not next year, couple of years. Even somebody want to try to plan the plan itself, it takes 2-3 years. So when I look at actually all this time, maybe 3 years, later maybe 5 years. So we actually do something while we pay every year $800,000, cost for the issue bond. Why don't you do like a 3 years bond, and maybe after 3 years later, based on the land sale, maybe we change to 3 to 1 years. It makes sense. But today we more like a waiting period. In the waiting period meantime, every year we pay for $80,000-$90,000. I think that's not fair for the taxpayer. So I want to do some kind of analysis which you require for that matter. Okay?
Sure.
Because this one we know that we have to.
What's the actual request here for information?
So I like to have like a comparison chart. I mean that they're by annually renew or 3 years or 5 years. Because we know that the project is a big project, it's not going to happen next year.
1 year versus a 3 or 5 year?
Yes.
Anyone else have questions about 10.4? I do. So,
Yes, sir.
So you have the short-term annual refunding here.
Yes, sir.
So if it wasn't 3 or 5 year, what other alternative outside of a 1 year? Like, is there a long term?
Well, again, the tension is to not commit yourself to a permanent issue that has tax exempt requirements that you may not be able to comply with, or you just cut bait and go taxably. So there's an inefficiency to doing a needlessly taxable issue to give you flexibility in terms of how you sell it off. So that's one consideration. And the second consideration is you may sell bonds off in year 3, and you guessed you would be getting the money in year 5, so you can't take the bonds off the market till year 5, and you have to inefficiently invest the money for 2 years. I mean, it's all financial, it's all programming, we could figure it out. But the tools that we have in our toolkit are effectively 1-year notes or multi-year bonds. And I think we heard loud and clear.
Multi-year bond is a 3 or 5 year.
I mean, it could be 20 years, it could be 30 years. Yeah. But the problem is if you're trying to sell a bond, whether it's be 3, 5, 20 years, an investor wants to know if they're going to be able to get the benefit of that bond for the full duration, or if it can be taken out from them through a call feature early. And if we want the flexibility to take the bond off the market early because we get money earlier than we thought, then they will charge a higher interest cost because that will compensate them for the risk of the deal being taken away from them early. So it's a financial question, and it can be modeled by your financial advisor and your financial officer. But those are the only tools that we have. We have the 1-year tool and the multi-year tool. And that's it. It's always a question. Now the other thing that I should mention.
So the multi-year could be modeled by our financial advisor?
Yes, absolutely.
And being NW Financial?
Yes, and I want to mention two important things. One is that NW performs services all year long in any number of ways for the city and its finance department, and I think it recoups its money through its note issuances. So I didn't want you to get the impression that they are in any way overcharging for the note issue. What they're in effect doing is charging for their annual services through the mechanism of the note issues that happen during the year. And the second thing is that we have been assured by the JCRA that the expectation is that the city's budget is never hit for any of the interest cost or the cost of issuance of this bond issuance, that the expectation has been that when the properties are sold off, it would be more than enough to retire all the debt and all the expenses associated with it. That's been the assurance given to us by the JCRA, and I have no reason to doubt it. So to the extent that we're trying to save money, I recognize that money is money, and you want to save it anyway. But my understanding is that
Why would someone do a multi-year bond? Like, what would be the advantage of doing that if a municipality wanted to issue a multi-year bond?
why would the city do that?
Yeah,
Well, I would.
whether this or any other situation.
Well, if you're building a park, if you're building a water system, and the benefit is going to be spread over a long period of time, and you expect that the park is always going to be municipally owned, and you expect that the water system is always going to be providing water, then there's a certain fairness to having the expense borne by 40 years of budget payments instead of 3 years of budget payments. So it's generally a good idea to match the debt to the useful life of the asset, both because it's easier to spread it out over time, but also because the benefit is enjoyed by residents here in years 15 through 20, so why shouldn't they pay some of that cost when their tax bills are coming due, instead of the first 5-year people paying for it? So it's generally a good idea when you know that the asset's going to be a municipal asset. What's unusual with this one is that it's expected to be sold off in a short-term period. So what makes sense is that you keep the debt associated with the length that you think it be municipally owned. But I recognize that the price of doing that could be duplicative issuance expenses. But it's about a matter of balancing those duplicative issuance expenses by the interest expense of issuing a long-term bond issue and then trying to get out of it early.
Okay. Anyone else have questions for Mr. Fearon on 10.4? Okay. Thank you. You have 10.12?
10.12.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
10.1.
And 10.12 is a resolution consenting to the issuance of refunding bonds by the Jersey City Municipal Utilities Authority and authorizing other actions in connection with it.
Yeah, thanks.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm thinking, what is that? Oh, you are here. Hi, how are you? Jim Fearon, hi. Come on down. So, okay, go right ahead.
So the MUA,
Can you share for the record?
John Folk,
Hi, John.
Director of Finance at the MUA. Okay, so the MUA is asking the council's permission to refinance $2.8 million of our 2011 water and sewer bonds. And there'll be a savings of $1.2 million, and this is a 5% savings. Right now, we're paying about 4%, and the interest rate will go to about, when we refinance, it'll go to about 2%.
How much are we talking about refinancing?
22.8 million. And they'll be refinanced at the same term. So
So
we're
same
not-
term, so they have no extended term, right?
No extended term.
What's the cost related to that, for refinance?
Do you recall?
No, it may be actually in here.
Yeah, it is.
I have not seen this. It might, there should be a source of
This is
uses.
your number 21.
That's the underwriters. I think they have budgeted in their financial projections a sum of $150,000 for cost of issuance. I don't have any detail of how that's broken out. I feel it's important that you understand this bit of context about this. This is a JCMUA bond issue. The city's role in this JCMUA bond issue is effectively as guarantor. The city has entered into 2 separate service agreements with the MUA, one for the water system and one for the sewer system. In each case, as is customary with similar arrangements for utilities authorities in New Jersey, there is a deficiency backstop concept where if in any given year the revenues realized by the MUA are insufficient to cover all of their expenses, inclusive of debt service, the city has agreed to fund the deficit, to make a payment to the MUA in the amount equal to that deficit. I don't believe it's ever been acted upon with the MUA, but it is a financial backstop. It is in effect, when you're issuing debt, it is in effect a guarantee of the debt, because the expense, the debt service expense, to the extent it's not covered by MUA revenues, becomes a charge contractually against the city under these service agreements. So the reason that we're here is twofold. Number one, because as part of those agreements, you have the right to consent to the issuance of these bonds. So it's your guarantee in effect, so you can say yes, you can say no. In this instance, of course, it's a refunding for savings, so presumably it's in everyone's interest that it go through. But if it were a new money project, for example, you might want to consider whether or not to grant or withhold that consent. And the second reason that we're here is the same reason as that first resolution, which is there's going to be discussion of the city's finances, so we have the approval of the financial discussion in the official statement, and the city is going to be signing a continuing disclosure undertaking similar to the other transaction, and we want your approval of that contract. So I want you to understand why you're being asked this. In terms of the financing, again, it's a refunding for savings. So to the extent that savings are achieved, presumably that means that there would be either less expenses or more revenues, one or the other at the authority.
So as a guarantor of debt, is it, how does that affect our overall credit rating?
Credit,
Or
yeah.
how we're perceived as a...
Well, it is known to the rating agencies, and the debt load, because there's savings, presumably the rating agencies would be happy that we have less debt service to cover. Because that's what savings are. Savings is less debt service for a new deal than you have for
How's the MUA's credit rating?
I don't know if they have a credit rating independent of the analysis of the service agreements. When a rating agency evaluates their credit rating, they will look at the strength of their sewer revenue stream, the strength of their water revenue stream, but also the strength of the city's deficiency agreement. I don't think they differentiate their analysis about what it would have been without one or the other. But we can check. I mean, I just, from my experience, it's a one combined rating based on all those factors.
Councilman Yun?
Yeah. So now,
Yeah.
the interest rate line just 4% to 2% to save the 2%, right? Interest rate down.
Yes.
Great, congratulations. So now they save $1.2 million over the term. How many years is it?
Well, it's about 100,000 a year. It's about 11 years.
11 is $100,000. So then I'm going to ask her, what is a net savings will be after you pay all the expenses?
1.2
The
That's
1.2.
that's factored in.
So that after all
after
the
the expenses.
refunding expense after that, right?
Yeah, just, the other thing is the existing bonds, the bonds that we're refinancing, the city is also the guarantor of.
Yeah.
So when we refinance this, you'll actually be guaranteeing less.
So let me ask this one. When they receive guarantor of that bond, like a JCMU or JCRA, and so on and so. So now, their credit rating based on our credit or like a JCMU credit?
It's a combination of both.
Combination of both?
The rating agency looks at the strength of the revenue stream, and they look at the additional backstop from the city. And in fact, when the city gets its credit rating, they look at that as well, because they want to make a projection to see if there's an expectation that the city will have to kick in for this deficiency. And so it's interrelated, is the best way to say it. It's a all-in analysis by the rating agency.
Okay. All right. So last questions I can have that. John?
Yes.
When you have like $100,000 of saving, well,
Well, I say, anytime we can grab
Great,
100,000, we grab it.
yeah. Sure, why not? Every dollar's count,
So,
Okay.
Yeah,
$1.2 million
Yeah, yeah.
over the terms, that'll be 11 years, $100,000.
1.2 over the time.
Yep.
a little bit more.
Yeah, in fact, I should mention, under the rules of the local finance board, this sort of refunding, absent going to them for specific approval, the savings have to be level over each of the years, so that there's a prohibition against front-loading the savings. It has to be spread out over the course of the bond issue.
Okay. Any other questions for?
No. John,
Councilman Bojan?
separately, would you do me a favor, go back to the MUA and tell them, when they're closing streets around Journal Square, to let the people in the area know, with the horror show this weekend and last weekend, with Newark Avenue being closed.
Mr. Voigt, to the MUA, off topic here, so the schools, the water, letting the pipes there, you're working with them in the replacement of that, correct? Is MUA working with them, or is it Suez?
You know, the MUA.
And you're financing it, is that, the financing and the work itself, doing the?
Some of the, I mean, the first two schools was the MUA, the balance, it's been concluded on the financing.
So let me just cut to the chase. We just get a report, I'd like to see a report of the proposed work, the scope of the work, and the timetable, and which schools are involved in replacing the pipes, and at whose cost and expense.
Yeah, same, I guess.
Which I'm fully supportive of, picking up the cost of it. That's,
Okay.
but if you could provide us like with the source of that funds, is it
Right.
grant, is it bond money, is it some other source? Okay. Other folks, questions?
No?
None? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lou. Ed? Ed's got 3 resolutions, 10.7, 10.8, and is it 10.9 is the third one?
Yes,
Yeah.
7, 8, and 9.
7, 8, and 9. So 10.7 is settlement of assessment appeals filed in the tax court for New Jersey for various properties.
That's correct.
What is this related to?
Well, basically every so often we come here to seek authorization to settle some of these cases that are filed before the tax court of New Jersey. The factors affecting, of course, the value would impact the assessed values. So basically with this, when you're looking at a capitalization rate, also vacancy on the properties, most often you will discover that when a property owner develops a property, then it creates a vacancy, and then once they get certificate of occupancy, you go back again, be able to reassess it. And some of these cases are 2018. Especially with the apartments, at the time we had the reval, we failed sometimes to include the restrictions imposed on apartment buildings because of the rent control we have on the units above 5 units. The total cost basically for this, they would have a credit of like $377,000.
These are all credits to their tax accounts.
That's correct,
And
yes.
those credits are applied in 2019 or 2020?
Normally, the collector's procedure is that anytime they have overpayments applied to the following quarters.
Following quarter, so is that?
Right.
2019?
Anything that's, yeah. Like, normally they would apply it on the 4th quarter, and if it is paid, they would apply it to the 1st quarter of 2020.
Okay.
The
Any questions, council?
We had asked in previous issues, tax collector to, you get the registrations for all the residential properties, and in looking in the attached documents, there's not registrations for one of the properties, but not the other residential ones.
only apartments, basically, that's where they have to file their.
So you have a couple of residential properties here.
Yeah, it was, so obviously not the commercial ones, but the residential,
Right.
they do have to file a registration even if they're not under rent control. There's a different form there. 1 to 4 families have to file just basic.
Yeah, I think.
And then above.
Yeah, that would be, I think it would be impacted when we have the 2019 and 2020 with the rent registrations we have on a 4-family unit if it's not owner occupied.
But in theory, I mean, technically the laws existed for, it's hasn't changed. We're obviously enforcing it differently now, or we're making people more aware of it. But I think we'd like to know is for anything that's listed as, or I would like to know.
I do too.
Yeah, anything that's listed as residential, that we would ask that they either say, yes, we've submitted our registration.
If they're in compliance.
Get their
Right.
compliance, or if they haven't, that, for some reason, whatever, it's a 1 to 4 family and they didn't know they had to, they're not in compliance in 2019.
So Dinah, hi, we're referring to a number of properties here. If we could get a determination for some of these properties as to whether or not they're in compliance with rent registrations. Yeah, no, look them up, we're saying it's for the council before we vote on Wednesday, if we can get that information. We can get you the list of the BA, you can provide it, right, the list of the properties?
Dinah
Or
Yeah.
Ed?
Yeah, I'll forward the list of that.
Yeah,
Great.
hey.
Okay, so if you can just provide us that. The other thing I just ask you for is, you have a column here with refund credit. If you could just give me for that tax year that you're refunding, what their original tax amount was, right? So if it was $10,000 and they were refunding $1,973, I just want to know what that amount was. Okay, any other questions on 10.7? Okay, next item is 10.8. It's granting veteran exemptions from local property tax exemption, property taxation rather.
On a continuing basis, every so often, we have veterans that were rendered totally disabled. So once they make application with the office, we exempt the local taxes on their principal residence. So if it is a one family, they would be fully exempt from the time that they applied for the exemption. And if they own a two-family unit, then 50% would be exempt, as long as they show proof that they cannot be gainfully employed, then the exemption applies.
So the veterans exemption only applies to people who are unable to,
Yeah, totally disabled, 100%.
totally disabled?
They have an award letter from the Veterans Administration that they are 100% totally disabled. That's a veteran.
Is there any other veterans tax
They-
reductions? or-
Yes, there is.
There is, right, okay. This is
Those
different.
those ones basically are just, $250 dollar deduction they have on their taxes.
250, yeah.
Council did a resolution
Right.
asking
Yeah.
the legislature to increase that.
Yeah.
Okay,
And the seniors too, with the seniors
And
included.
Is this only for 1 and 2 families?
Yeah.
Anything.
So as long as they
I remember
own.
that.
Yeah, we could
Yeah.
apply it on a co-op, condominiums, one family through 5, even multiple dwelling units.
great. Any other questions, everyone? Hearing none. Your next item?
10.9, this is basically an error in terms of assessing these properties. What happened here, the owner requested that 2 lots would be consolidated. So we created 67.01, the consolidated lot, and in 2019, both lots 67 and 68 were assessed at the same time, where the consolidated lot has also been assessed. In other words, for 2 of the same properties, we assessed both for 2019. That's why we need to cancel the other one.
So the refund here is for $29,000
That's correct.
credit? Yeah, okay. Council members, any questions on that? Hearing none. Thank you, Ed.
Thank you.
And happy holidays.
Same to you.
John, Metro? John has 10.18. And can you also talk to the 10.2?
Yes, sir.
Great. Which one do you want to start with?
Start with 1018.
Allow me to read that to the record.
What one are we on?
1018, resolution approving the appointment of John J. Metro as Director of the Department of Finance.
Thank you, Council. So when we came to the Council with this idea of creating a Department of Finance, it was essentially to kind of not only mirror what the past practices were of the city, but to also force better financial structure within the city. So at the current rate, the Department of Administration has the lump of the financial functions within it. So what we decided to do was to pay focus and trying to strengthen those core 5 divisions by separating them out, creating a larger structure. So we'll still have the division of finance, division of budget, treasury, accounts and control, tax collections, and payroll. And within those 5 functions, we'll have 2 deputy directors, so to speak. That would be Lubna, our CFO, and another leader of our organization, which is Elizabeth Castillo, kind of overseeing the day-to-day operations of those, and we'll continue to build stronger reinforcements in those divisions.
Ryan, you want to say something?
Yeah, so John has actually been doing this job in essence for even before we decided to move forward with creating a Department of Finance. I mean, he's been coming to this council as long as many of you have been on the council, talking about all the budget stuff, all the finance stuff. So he's got a great grasp of it. We don't think there's a better person around that knows the inner workings of how things work and can provide guidance and suggestions on how to improve that. One of the key points of this new department is that we want better oversight over the flow of money in and out of the city. And we think we're getting a better grasp on things with this new management structure. We also committed to the council when we passed this ordinance that we wouldn't be hiring a bunch of new people to start this department. We've been working really hard the last couple of months to consider carefully who can go in different positions, who might be looking for a change in scenery in their job, so to speak, within the city already. I think we're probably going to end up with 0 new hires from the start, and maybe we'll have to add a couple of new hires down in the first couple of months. But for the most part, we're going to be improving the efficiency of how things work, and also adding some new functions into this department that the city has. We're going to aim to do more forecasting and forward-looking views of our budget and our expenses and our projections. We're auditing things. We're hoping to audit a lot more stuff in conjunction with the Department of Administration. So there's a lot of good stuff coming from this department. We're really excited about it. And again, John's been basically doing the job since before this was even a thought.
And just to add on to that, 2 of the things that we're looking to focus on too is from a broader perspective, policy and analysis, taking a look at debt ratio, capital funding, you know, some of that stuff that the council routinely asks for, we'll be able to provide automatically those types of spreadsheets and those type of things. And then the other part is on a more micro level, the fiscal officers from each department will be reassigned to Department of Finance, Office of Management and Budget, and we'll be able to look at their day-to-day operations and see how they make sure the prompt payment law is being processed properly, make sure they're spending within the budget lines, and also any additional training or better understanding of the day-to-day finances that they need, we'll be able to incorporate.
Can I do a commercial for John? We got fewest, but...
Oh, here it is.
He's fast.
You gotta give it to him. It's on silent, I don't understand it.
All right. We'll pull the battery for you. We got fewer comments from the state of New Jersey about our budget this year than ever. There were fewer audit comments in our audit than ever. And John's been our budget officer, Brian's financial right hand, and he's the future of the city.
John, you're one of the best, next to John Lynch over there. No, you're one of the best people. Congratulations, you deserve it.
Appreciate it, Councilman.
So, a few things I'd like to bring up the issue, you know. So New York City has like control, but we don't.
We have the control.
Who is the controller? Oh, that's
Stephanie Santana.
It's a different role. It's elected.
Big difference.
Right? Yeah.
It's
the one
dependent on the
controller is
structure
like
of the city.
the bookkeepers, you know, nothing more than that. So, you know, your role is very important, you know, so we try to create more a healthier finance structure in city of Jersey as a long-term and short-term. So come up some kind of financial plan,
Absolutely.
And also the way you say that we have the fiscal officer each department
Correct.
under you is the right way to do. And also if you add to one more thing, that the purchase department should be, division should go under finance more like so all spending money place, what I'm saying.
Spending money.
So try to make sure that, to look at it every days. When I counsel ask how much cash balance today, one push button tell the executive what is the balance of what we have.
Sure. Just getting back on the purchasing thing, I think that's a good point. We could consider that in the future. And the second part of that is that any transfers or any purchase orders that have to get processed through purchasing originate through budget first.
Right.
So we'll have a better understanding of the spending. We're also looking to look at citywide, some of the contracts, the not to exceeds are budgeted maybe higher than what they need. And through that process, the administration and the council kind of take the word of the department that that's how much they may possibly need when they'll never hit that aggregate. So we're looking at forecasting based on previous trends and need to reduce those as well.
And if I add to one more thing, we expect you a lot because you have a proven record. You do a great job done as a budget director. I got no issue, no complaint, But you got that kind of things you have to bring to the finance department, to make sure that increase actions. End of the day, the goal is to save taxpayer dollars, So try to debt free, city of Jersey City, try. I think we'll do. So the current time, as you know, that we have a general budget, another one is a capital improvement budget, but most of capital improvement, almost 100% we get from the bonding. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Actually, capital improvement, the major bond should cover our revenue, general revenue should be there spent. But unfortunately, most of capital improvement budget come from the bonding. I think that's not the way to do. So you gotta make sure that, how we're gonna save the general funding in the general budget and just save some dollar to able to locate the capital improvement,
Yeah, Brian and I had preliminary conversations about the authorized, not issued, trying to kind of spend as we go more than.
And also, this is another thing we have to understand. 2013, when I elect councilperson, when I say that our budget book, at the time, we spent $1.2 million to $1.5 million for the office rent, the citywide, you know what I'm saying? So at that time, I actually recommend the city of Jersey, at the time was Bob K. Instead we pay rent for 1.2, 1.5 million a year, we should use that money to pay for the interest and principal bond. Let's issue bond to build our zero annex time. And the time when we build, actually, instead we do that, usually use our surplus and we use our issue bond and we try to actually build somebody and we lease that. Those kind of finance actually, and the keep saying one of the city officers say, oh, lease to own is cheaper than we build. I mean, I hope those kind of nonsenses do not come from your side, in the future. So please.
Yeah, I'll take a look into that.
All right. Okay.
Council members, any other questions for John?
We've asked this kind of every now and then, but basically, 2022, start 2022, how would you define success in your tenure? So, January 1st, 2022, what will have happened, and how would you define that success?
Yeah, I think again, it would be from a larger policy perspective that we have forecasting, we have a 10 to 20-year plan on debt service ratios, better fiscal management policies, and then on a micro level, making sure that we're recognizing that we're in compliance with all of the prior audit findings, make sure that we are in compliance with the prompt payment law. The best practices from the state are always changing, and they're changing due to the basically the forecasting of where the future of the state looks like it's going. So we're always trying to be ahead of that. So that's one of the big keys that if we can try to obtain a perfect or close to perfect score on the best practices inventory, it's a good indication from the state and from the federal level that we're doing what we're supposed to do.
Okay.
And also, business administration, actually, when I look at it personally, business administrator and Brian Flett and a budget, director now is will be finance director, is John Metro. They have a very good relationship, and almost you guys share the same goal for the future of Jersey. I'm very happy with that. So the two team will make a great job. But also, we have to look into another issue is that when they issue, continue to issue bond every year, and we're going to talk about another bond in the future. So our concern is that, do you have some forecasting each year, 2012, how much will we pay principal interest, by year, at least 5 to 10 years of project, At least you can share with the council.
We can talk more about it when we do a budget hearing about capital, or whatever you want to call it, special meeting about capital. But we have all that information. And this capital audit is going to be important and insightful. I know you've all been asking about this for a while. It's taken us quite a long time to get through a lot of these very old, accounts and debt issuances. So, but we're almost there.
Yeah, so just a little on that, not to get too into detail. When you're looking at some of the old bond issuances and capital projects, and you're looking to reallocate or cancel into surplus, you have to look at the history of that particular bond and seeing if it was already recycled, or if it's tax exempt or it's taxable. All those factors play in. So when you look at each project, you have to tie it back to its original issuance and then how it was handled at that point when it was sold in the market. So we're working on that, but getting back to your question, we have our master debt service schedule, and it goes all the way out. You'll see it in the audit as well, in the OS. And every time we go to issue new debt, we see how that would impact the numbers moving forward.
Yes, great. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Good luck.
Other questions for John? I have a few. So John, what would you say as the director of finance of a new department, what would be your challenges personally, professionally, in that capacity you see going forward?
Right now I feel that when you look at finance, it's very it's not tied together as one unit. It's fiscal officers working for departments. It's we have a chief financial officer in our office, and then you have accountants in another building. So what we're trying to do is tie together a stronger team, and by doing that, when you put the structure together in one unit, you could have weekly meetings, bi-weekly meetings, and discuss the issues of the past and how to correct them in the future. We could also do better analysis to say what we did wrong and what we can improve on. And one of the things that I'm focused on, more importantly, is the education aspect, because I think that sometimes people that, individuals or city employees that are tied to finance positions are not necessarily keen on what they're actually doing. They just take this paper and they process it, but they don't realize that they're drawing down on a contract that's overexpended. Then we have to come to the council for a claim. We're trying to avoid all that. We're trying to teach them what they're doing, and it may include some reshuffling, that some of these strong points are in a different portion. Maybe they could help us with payroll instead of paying bills, but that's some of the stuff that we have to get over.
So I appreciate you sharing that with me. My question was more about what do you see as your own personal professional challenges? So from your own perspective, and for you, John Metro, as a professional challenge for yourself and in your role as department director.
I've been in budget for 6 years now, and we have a strong team, but we have a small team. We have 6 employees, and we're all basically working professionals. So come January, when I have the 5 divisions, I'll have more of a role being, a manager for union employees and some clerical positions that I haven't necessarily overseen such an operation of almost 40 employees. So for me, that's going to be a learning experience. I'm going to work with HR, to better understand how to restructure and how to manage people more consistently. Not that I don't do a good job at it, but it's just going to be more of an effort with almost 4 times or 5 times the amount of individuals that we have at this point.
So I'll say that for myself, I see this is just my opinion on it, but I think your greatest challenge is your experience, right? So let me be clear that I really think you're a great worker, extraordinarily hard worker and smart, and you've learned a lot in a short period of time. But you've served 6 years in the department, 3 years as a fiscal analyst, 3 years as a budget director. And so the ability to direct and to lead an organization, you have kind of 3 years of experience in that capacity in doing that. And so I have concerns about that. I'm just going to speak very, I think as Robert Byrne suggests, that you're the future of the city in many ways. I think that that's true. I'm just wondering if it's a little too soon for your ascension to this role in and of itself. So I have concerns about your experience, and particularly in a management capacity in that sense. So I have a couple of requests, and you can take them as you will, but that you find a way to provide you with good, surround yourself with good outside. Doesn't necessarily mean you're obviously the top guy in the department, and certainly you'll rely on the folks inside your department, but you've lost a lot of good folks in folks like Donna Mauer and I forget her name, Tessie, I think it was, right?
Tessie.
Folks who've been around, and a lot of institutional knowledge in the department, and that you find a way to fill that gap, because there are things that you don't know, right? Like you just, and things that I certainly don't know, but like that you and your role as Department of Finance, and whether it be with regard to bonds and mentoring.
So, get a mentor.
Yeah, some sort of mentoring, and if there's some way to provide that for all department directors at some level, but I think in your role, folks like Donna and others probably left a little too early to be able to kind of, if we had some sort of succession plan around that, to kind of share some of that information. That being said, I think I would agree with most folks here that your work is exemplary. Whatever you've taken on task, you've done a good job, and you work fairly. The one thing I'm going to ask as just kind of a question regarding kind of your interpretation of fiscal policy and so forth. We're still kind of waiting on the police overtime issue. And where is that at? And when we look at the appropriation, the transfer, oops.
You want to just go to that one now, or?
We can go there now. Yeah,
Which one?
I think that one we discuss when they come down.
What's that?
So yeah, we're looking at 10.2,
That's what I'm saying.
the appropriation
It's a
transfer.
different one. This is just an appointment issue.
Yeah,
So we're done with 10.18.
yep.
Okay.
So, 10.2,
10.2 is the resolution
10.18 is
authorizing
Yeah.
appropriation reserve transfers.
so we're gonna talk about 10.
So I don't see in here salary and wages for police.
So when we do the appropriation transfers for the year, what we do is we look at the legal line as it pertains to total salaries and then total operating, and we do projection on those. And based on those projections, if they have a funding source that does not run into a negative number, we do not have to transfer any dollars. So looking at our projections, the overall salary and wage line item will not exceed what they were budgeted.
So translating that for everyone, particularly in the audience, is that we have a big bunch of numbers for salaries, which fall into the 100 numbers, and all of that numbers all together kind of cover. But in fact, the reality is we have an over expenditure, significant, on the police. What's that number stand at this time?
Roughly 3 million change.
3 million. Okay. So we have a $3 million over expenditure, and so let me backtrack then, because the council has attempted to get payments for aides and council assistants and other, not aides, student assistants and council assistants. And then we've been told repeatedly that this idea that, well, you can't get the money because you don't have the money in your budget because it falls into seasonal dollars, and we have the money in other, and that you can't use seasonal dollars for that purpose and so forth, but they all fall within the 100 number. So technically, like using the same logic, like we should be able to access our own dollars to be able to pay for our own expenses, for our own personnel, and we're not even talking anywhere remotely close to like $3 million here. We're talking 15 to 20 to $25,000 or something. I don't know what the number is, but can you just share with me? And my point there in bringing that up, John, is that I'm looking for kind of fairness in assessing kind of how this operation works, right? So we're looking for solutions from the council perspective. Like, we're just looking to hire a couple of assistants, and we want to get that done. And we're looking for somebody in that role to be able to say, okay, if we need to move that dollar from seasonal to from 107 to 102 and make that permanent part-time dollars, then that's how we get that done. Then let's get that done. Or we just wait till the end of the year and we reconcile it. And as long as you got the money in seasonal, then it's all in the 100 numbers. Then we'll just let that run by. I remember having that conversation with your not your predecessor, but your predecessor, Bob Kekaleski, and just how that's how that was like handled. That wasn't a big deal to kind of look at the overall 100 numbers, and that was kind of a matter of course of like business and in some level in doing that. I don't know necessarily that I agree it's a matter of course, because like I said, you can kind of mask the over expenditure of the overtime for police and things like that in doing that, but we're looking for solutions on this stuff and asking that in that role that you step into that and provide it.
So just to clarify, the seasonal issue that we've been talking about is more of a civil service thing. We're trying to just avoid that title, and we're trying to just move people away from seasonal hiring as much as possible. We're not saying you can't hire part-time staff or student assistants, but the seasonal classification. So if we wanted to hire somebody part-time, the council right now only has 1 full-time or 2 part-time aides plus a student assistant, right? As long as they're not a seasonal civil service title, that's fine.
But we could just, so we could have transferred money, I mean, this is going on for months. We could have transferred money from the seasonal line to permanent, line 102, whatever that line number is, permanent part-time. And folks who don't have students could hire their council assistants, and it would all be legal and whatnot, or maybe, I don't know, in terms of civil service, since they become classified positions and we open up a new can of worms. But that can also be solved ultimately.
So what if we do this one? Because when you have to do that, the business administrator and the finance will-be director, John Mitchell exactly knows what we're looking for, right? And what our concern. They come up with a plan to make a presentation next council meeting, so we know it's the same page.
Well,
go ahead.
So, but one of the issues I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that we passed an ordinance, the council passed an ordinance saying that there's only 2, it's 1 aide for council person or 2 part-time aides. And then, I don't know.
But that's different from the seasonal student assistant, council assistant position.
Okay.
Which was something that was established when Mark Bunbury was HR director, unclassified position.
Student assistants, right. So, but you're saying that you also want additional part-time aides, right?
No, I'm just saying, we've been trying to get that funded, that student assistant, council assistant.
I thought that was, I thought we were.
Well, some of us are getting it funded because we have students.
Right.
But the others are there's been issues with that, and I don't know the extent of it. And, I mean, they're going on right now, probably they're getting paid right now, but there's issues as to whether or not they'll get paid next year and things of that nature. We just need to it's not really that big a deal, and we just need to resolve it so that people can.
Yeah, so we're okay with the student assistants. We can we do a budget here for
But there are a couple of folks who don't have students, right? So I'm not gonna, and so but they're still part-time assistants, and they're looking to fund them. We budgeted it appropriately. What's that?
We want to keep our part-time assistants.
Councilman Young.
I think, right, you had a meeting with my aide, right?
Yes, this morning.
So exactly what we're looking for.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, he seemed to suggest, he's not here, is he? That the council wanted to discuss it more, but I don't know if we do. I mean, okay with whatever the council wants.
What is that?
So let's just set up a meeting and get that done.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, Marlene?
Yeah, I appreciate that you had a conversation with Councilman's aide, but he's not necessarily representative of what all of our needs are. So if we're
Yeah.
gonna have that, it should be a
No,
broader
agreed.
conversation.
No, it's not that, okay, so.
Okay, well, I'm gonna have Marlene set up a meeting, and then we'll figure out who's gonna be at the meeting, okay? Can we just now talk about 10.2, folks? Which is this transfers?
Sure, so these are some of our year-end transfers. The largest one in particular, which is half of the transfers, is for group health insurance. Some of our claims are running higher than the prior year. We have Jay here if anybody has any particular questions about the claims. But that's one of the large bulk issues here that we have at year-end. The rest of them are either projections to make sure that the legal line is funded for the full year, or the OEs are some bills that we have to do transfers to adequately fund the bills.
So it's from so for example, line 1, sanitation, from 600,000 to 0, is that?
No, so what you do is it's a matter of if you're taking money out of account or putting it into the account. So the total sanitation will be reduced by 600,000.
2 columns back.
So you're reducing it by 600,000? Okay.
Yeah, but you put it all the way bottom, and then at the bottom, another sanitation account is a 292, SAM, and the other one is your OE is what? Operating expense with
Yeah.
salary to you, move
So-
to $550,000.
So with the sanitation one in particular,
So in other words, you removed $600,000 operating expenses from the, 600,000 operating expenses, moved to sanitation, $550,000 for salary and wage.
so for this particular one, what we did is any snow removal in 2019 we handled in-house. So we took the money from the potential outside contract and put it towards our overtime in sanitation.
So then, let me ask you this one. If you see parking enforcement, so operating expense is $125,000, and you do that, parking enforcement salary is another one is salary and wage to $10,000.
Yeah, so the projection on that one is that they end the year with $4,000. So we want to put a little gap room there just in case something happened, a major event or something in which they exceeded that. We don't want to end the year in a negative.
So parking
I can
enforcement.
provide a spreadsheet to the council.
Yeah, so parking enforcement to operating expense is not 125,000, now it's 111,500. $115,000, right?
Removed, correct.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure, okay?
Councilman Solomon?
Yeah, a couple questions. Can we just start with can we help just help us explain the $2.1 million increase?
Sure, so,
Employee health insurance.
Jay, if you don't mind coming over.
You're from Acrisure, Jay?
Yes.
Your
My
last
name
name,
is
please?
McManus, Jay McManus with Acrisure. So I'm here to explain the overage that you see in the transfer budget on the health account. Just by way of some background, you know that your program for employees and retirees is self-insured, so it's not a fixed cost every year. It can deviate from year to year. By way of history, over the last 5 years, in aggregate, the program has run under budget. In each of the prior 4 years, prior to this year, we have been under budget individually in each of those years. So this year it appears to be an anomaly, and we did a deeper dive without getting too far into the weeds unless you want to understand better why that's occurring and then put into place some things that we can do to take corrective action. A couple of statistics. First of all, we have an aging population. When you hire a person, generally that's a replacement. When you're replacing a person, that person moves into the retiree health plan. And the fact of the matter is, lifespans are longer, technology's better, medication's better, so you wind up with a situation where Aging population, particularly at the top end where individuals are older, you're spending more money to keep individuals alive. It's better medicine, better technology. Those costs are very significant. So we took a look at large claims. The number of claims over $100,000 this year, year-to-date January through October, is roughly, it actually is 95 claims over $100,000. This year, last year at this time, we had 74 claims over $100,000. This year, those claims over $100,000 represent roughly $17.9 million. Last year, those 74 claims over $100,000 represented $13.5 million. So that's an increase in large claims of roughly $4.5 million. Now, some of that is recovered in reinsurance. We can talk about that later as we get into one of the resolutions. We've got reinsurance in place for any individual claim that's over $250,000. So we expect to net back on that 4.5 at year end, roughly $2.9 million. Now, we've got 2 months left, so that gap, that number of claims will continue to grow as we move forward in the year. But again, aging population, large claims, significant contributor. Second piece is that we had slightly larger growth in employee population than we had anticipated when we did the budgeting last year. Those two component pieces thus far are really the driving factors as to why we're looking at numbers that are over budget. And again, this year we believe is an anomaly if we're to believe how the program has run over the prior 4 years.
So on that second point, do you have the data here? You send it to us. The number of employees you budgeted for, and then the number that we do have, and then the cost differential?
Yes, we can do. We have all that broken down. I can go through that with you.
Yeah.
Also, the number of large claims, maybe we could sanitize that.
Sure.
I don't need I personally don't need the large claims.
Okay.
Right, no.
So which we talk about now?
Insurance.
Insurance one.
Okay.
The employee group health insurance.
Yeah. And correct me if I'm wrong, but my memory could be mistaken, but we have reduced from 2018 to 2019 by about $5 million the budget, and then it ended up kind of kicking back up. And I guess what had led into us reducing that initially, going from, I guess it was $95 million to $90 million in the insurance kind of budget line.
Yeah, I can run through not the technical aspects of what happened to the budget. I can tell you some of the drivers.
Yeah.
So you self-insure two programs, the medical insurance and the prescription drug insurance. The prescription drug insurance ran significantly better than anticipated. Council approved a resolution hiring an audit firm that audits 100% of your prescription drugs. You folks fill close to 100,000 prescriptions a year, so stuff happens. Incorrect script fills, overcharges, that type of thing. So they were very effective in retaining costs on the prescription drug program. Your prescription drug program is north of $20 million. If we're able to reduce by 10%, we'll see a 2% savings there. Also, the medical insurance ran lower than projected trend. The health insurance business runs on a cyclical basis. The majority of our claims are in-network claims, so people go in-network or they can go out-of-network. They choose to go in-network because the reimbursements are better. There's less out-of-pocket costs. But in-network is driven really by contract rates. Hospitals and doctor practices contract at a particular rate with Horizon Blue Cross or whomever you have as an insurer. Those contracts generally run 3 to 5 years. And so when you start a contract period and the majority of those providers are in contract, you don't see significant increases. Those contracts are up and they become renegotiated by those practices and hospitals. You see a bump. I think that's what we're seeing this year. So it's hard to be totally accurate because, again, you're self-insured in any given year, but generally over a 5-year period, we're going to be on or below budget, which has been our experience here.
Let me ask this, we talk about 1041 or we talk about the 10.2?
10.2.
10.2 insurance. This is not talking about health insurance.
It's one of
John?
the increases in our appropriation reserve transfer. That's why we're talking about it.
It's 2.1 million. I have other questions, but
Oh,
not
this is the
insurance
house
related,
insurance
so
one, okay.
I don't know if that makes sense or not. but-
Do you have other questions? I do too.
Yeah, but not health insurance related. So,
Yep.
you know, so for John and Brian, you know, two of the departments or a couple of departments you're pulling the money from were departments that, or in divisions that we had, I think explicitly as a council wanted to fund. And I understand that, you know, there may be employees that leave, and so, you know, the money, you know, might not exactly line up, but I'm worried about both pulling the money from those departments now. You know, I don't know when they were told that they're gonna lose the money. And then, what that means for their temporary budget moving forward. So the three ones that stuck out to me were construction code. I don't know if Councilman Bosciano has talked about us really working to increase our construction code, our housing preservation. You know, I know there's been staff changes, but, you know, we as council are meeting, and I think if we all have a unified agreement on one thing under rec control ordinances, it's that they're not enforced.
Sure.
And then I think the third was planning, and just, you know, city planning department being vastly understaffed, given a city of 300,000 with more units under development than Manhattan. So, you know, you could walk us through why the money's going and then what it means for 2019, and then as a council, you know, what it means that if we wanted those departments to grow, why they didn't.
Sure, yeah. So, in looking at this, there could be a wide variety of reasons why they have a surplus, but what we do at this time of the year with 2 pay cycles left, we project those pay cycles out versus the adopted budget, and we see kind of where they're at. That's how we identify the negatives as well that we're overspending. The reasons that some of these may have additional funding in them could be retirees, new hires that weren't actually hired, part-time or seasonal employees that were not brought on or left early. As far as the temporary budget, what we do with that is 26% of the prior year's adopted number.
Okay, so it's not,
not
adjusted.
It doesn't mean we're reducing next year's budget.
Okay.
So essentially what happens in January, December 31st,
Sure.
the 2019 budget is frozen indefinitely, right? So whatever balances that remain in those accounts, be it $1 or $1 million, is held in reserve to pay any potential liabilities in 2020 that are 2019 issued. So you wouldn't see any salary changes. Sometimes we'll see OE if a bill comes in late, January, February, we'll pay it. And then what happens is those dollars then go to surplus in 2021.
Okay. So can we, you know, get for those 3 departments, I mean, the director had to talk to us as a committee, but just a sort of update on saying, you know, what's the current staffing levels?
Sure.
You know, are they intending to hire new positions? You know, obviously for Director Marion in planning and for Ray over in construction code, because I think we really want to see those departments,
and
divisions really, you know, be kind of beefed up.
In the 2020 budget, you'll see what was adopted this year, not actually. I mean, you'll see what was expended, but you'll see the positions that were budgeted for, and if they're going to carry over to the fall.
Right. Okay. That's what
So we can get that information. I'll reiterate that call as well, but the concern you raised what concerns me as you raised is that in some cases there were positions that they just didn't hire. Right? So specifically in those divisions and departments there where the council appropriated money, as Councilman Solomon pointed out, with the explicit intention of staffing up or bulking it up in some way and adding more, that's disconcerting to me, right? To say that we're not, if that's the reason why, if that's part of the reason that we just didn't staff up and didn't do the hires that we needed to do, that means we're not allocating the resources to achieve our goals. Right?
Yeah, so I'll give an example that sort of shows how it's more complicated than that. So for example, in construction code, we have a lot of inspectors. We've had some inspectors retire or go somewhere else, and it's just been hard to hire people. We've had postings out, we've adjusted salaries multiple times, we've raised salaries to be more competitive, and it's still hard to get people to fill some of these spots just because of the certifications and licensing required for elevator inspector, for example. It's a 7-year apprenticeship. It's just hard to find people, and it's a statewide shortage of that type of inspector. So, you know, the council did its part to inform us that this is a priority, and we're doing as much as we can to try and get the word out and get people hired, but there are other challenges too. So it's not like money was just sitting and no one ever acted on it.
So the employee group health insurance, we increased it $2.1 million, actually like a 2%, right? Approximately 2%, right?
Yeah.
And actually, believe it or not, when the city council passed the health insurance, we actually allow that you guys can increase up to 20%, you know that. Maybe if we see the ordinance, they say, we approved the $80 million, but it can be go up to increase of 20%. It's there, ordinance. So if it's overall increase of 2%, which he say that the aging, so on, so, and the new hire, so it's like a 2% is a pretty good managing when I see that,
Yeah, and when we, with Jay, we do forecasting to try to predict. We pre-predict the model as best as possible. Unfortunately, there's a spike in claims this year, and we're dealing with that.
So what my concern is that we're going to discuss that later on about the Blue Shield, we pay $80 million there, but I'd like to have later on, when you discuss, we will talk about it, okay?
So for the, here, a couple more questions?
Yeah, so on the 2 column is increases, correct? So office services, we're increasing by 275,000. Can you explain that? What is the increase there?
That was an addition for additional armed and unarmed guards throughout the city locations.
More than was originally budgeted for? Is that,
Correct.
that makes up the entire composition of 275,000?
Yeah, that's the invoice there.
So you're talking about recreation, right? $400,000?
Yeah, recreation.
Yes, it's a lot of money.
Yes.
You gotta explain to us, really. $400,000, almost 25 or 30% to increase that department, the director's office. Why they increase the $400,000?
That additional salary cost was from an over expenditure in the summer hires for the students.
So in other words, they hired more, some.
It was a combination of them hiring more and also additional hours.
Oh, yeah, because, I remember that. Because they usually summertime, release the kid 3 o'clock, and they increase to 4, you know what I'm saying, like, because of the, not a parents has an issue, because you have to pick up the kids in 3 p.m., not many actual parents able to pick up the kids. So City of New Jersey actually increased 1 more extra hours, cost extra $300,000 City of New Jersey, but was the right things you guys did. No, really. I understand, okay. Yeah.
I can also provide a spreadsheet to the council, kind of just.
Yeah.
That would be great.
Could we get a spreadsheet for the, I'm just going to tick off the line items for the salaries and wages of Recreation Director's Office, Environmental Health, Sanitation.
Law.
What's that?
Law.
Law, yeah.
Law, okay. I think that's it for
Actually, John, can you just briefly, I would like to spreadsheet too, but can you just briefly, in 2 sentences on that list, just explain the ones you haven't yet, just what happened on each of those?
So the law department, what had happened is we created additional night court night court sessions, and we didn't budget for prosecutors in those sessions. So
You did?
I thought we did.
I thought we did.
we did for judges and support staff, but we didn't include the Jake's staff. So he got additional budget for, I think there was like 1 part-time that went to full-time, but then there's another full prosecutor.
So we didn't budget for his
We
department.
didn't budget that.
For the evening?
For the evening sessions.
I think they created a new
They
session.
created an evening session.
They created,
Right.
yeah, they created more sessions, so he needs more.
So what we did is we went back to the budget, in the budget adoption, and increased municipal court for their functions, but we didn't go back and handle prosecutor.
So, the finance,
And that was
Director will be-
$150,000?
Cumulative for the year.
Was that 2 prosecutors?
I'll get you back on full-time.
Brian,
Yeah.
instead we do that, John, if we put the numbers, right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and if we attach another additional paper, why they increase load part to 150,000.
Yeah, I'll put
Small,
notes.
note, so we don't have to, spend the time to item by item, at least we know what was it, you know what I'm saying? So,
Yes,
make
I'll
sure-
provide that to you.
yeah, so you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So like a budget book, if we have like account of 1 to 3,
Yes.
if we have increased so much, additional paper, they tell them what was it, you know what I'm saying? Okay?
Yes, yeah, I'll put that together.
All right.
Thank you.
Other questions about 10.2?
So, last thing is, when you're doing the summary, can you give us a summary of all the, blanking on the technical term, but the payouts for retirement and overtime
Yeah.
and whatever those things are?
Like the buyout,
Yeah, what, I forget, there's a technical term for it.
accumulated absence.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, can you just explain to us how much it was this year, where we paid it out of?
Sure. We can actually talk about that, and there's another resolution that's going to deal with that.
Okay, sure.
If everyone's done with this one.
Sure.
It's 10:33. You want to wait for the other?
Okay.
Wait. Yeah. 10:33.
Okay, 10.33.
What is it? 10?
1033.
Wasn't on his list.
Resolution
but,
of the City of Jersey City providing for a special emergency appropriation for payment of contractually required severance liabilities resulting from the retirement of city employees.
So we've been talking about this issue for a while with the council. We know that it's very sensitive in the sense that it comes out to be a lot of money. And so we've been working on a lot of things to reduce and spread out this liability. So, we've done some things like require some of these payouts to be structured over time, which is working. We've included it in several union contracts, from police and fire all the way down to management. There's sort of a transition year that we're going through right now. We've reduced the what we think would have been a much higher number, but not think we know it would be a much higher number than it is now. It's being structured over time. Next year, what you're going to see in every single department is a separate line item for accumulated absences within each department. So instead of this all being a lump sum somewhere else that no one really knows where it comes from and no one's really held accountable for it, you're going to see in public safety, for example, police accumulated absences. And what we're going to do is whatever we know has been accounted for, we're going to put into that budget. So if we have 10 people and they each get $10,000, they're each getting a payout over 3 years of $10,000. We're going to put $100,000 into that department's budget. So everything's going to be budgeted next year. This resolution allows us to take what we have now and budget it over the next 5 years. So this cleans up all the old liabilities, lets us put it in the budget over 5 years. There's no special emergency notes or any debt or anything like that. And then next year you're going to see anything additional being put into the budget directly.
So there's no note here.
No. This is just allowing us to budget for this.
So what we used to, what we used to do in prior years is we declare the emergency so we could pay it out in 5 years, and then we go and borrow the money for those payments over 5 years. What we're doing now is just authorizing the emergency, and then we'll pay it out in 5 separate budget periods.
In the budget itself.
Instead of bonding for it, we're going to pay for it out of the budget.
Yes.
It aligns with what we've been doing with trying to structure these payments out through the union contracts. It's the same idea, it's just cleaning up all the old stuff, and then anything moving forward is going to be in the budget.
When you say all the stuff means
So anyone who's retired previously. So we have people who retired this year that receive a payout.
We have people that retired 2 or 3 years ago that they're getting their last payment or second.
Oh.
last payment.
Yeah. So right.
So that's almost a $70 million?
Well, if we had,
If there's a mass exodus and everybody that was eligible to retire had left today, the total liability is about $70 million. This year we're looking to pay out approximately $14 million over a structured period of time.
So 14 million was the amount, like for 2019, the number of, people that.
it actually is also it's payouts that started, I think, last year too. Because we started structuring last year. So
These are for what? For the people who took early retirement, essentially? They have a special agreement?
No. These are those old outstanding lump sum payouts that people got for their vacation and sick days, the large ones.
Right, because of
Prior.
This year and prior. So if you retired, so we started doing this in 2018, where we were letting people structure them over time. There are some on the list from this year that, took let's say it was $300,000, they took $100,000 this year, $100,000 last year, $100,000 next year, that sort of thing. This is taking all of those obligations and structuring them over 5 years, just us putting them into the budget. Everything from the future, starting January 1st, if we retire from January 1st onward, we're putting a line item in every department for this.
Okay, so actually, I still remember that 2016 and 17, maybe John Metro, you remember that.
Yes.
We didn't allocate any dollars, and we just kept the surplus. Actually, state to recommend print or allocate some dollars their account, you know what I'm saying? So 2019, when you talk about that, this year, 2019, we didn't allocate any dollars for that. So actually, I asked that you guys actually put it in, instead keep the surplus, you know what I'm saying? But in the future, when something happens, we're going to use surplus, that's to leave that at zero. So now, if you guys start 2020, allocate some dollar every year.
Into the budget,
yes.
Yes.
It's the right way to do.
Yeah, we consider it a debt payment without issuing the debt.
But I think a total is not far more than $70 million.
I have to look at that.
Yeah, I think it's close to $200 million.
Okay, I have to look at that.
Yeah.
So the recipients are getting paid over 5 years?
No, they receive.
It varies, it depends on the.
Yeah, some people like three years, 5 years, depend on amount,
Right, so they're.
So who are we paying?
The retirees.
Yeah.
And so the union contracts allow, it's a little more specific than this, but in general, if the payout is over a certain amount, we allow structuring over a certain number of times.
Yeah.
So if it's over 10,000, it's 3 years. If it's over 100,000, it's 5 years, that sort of thing. It's listed in the union contracts, and we've just been putting it in. And we've also, over years, since even before both of us were here, we've been eliminating the ability for people to have these large payouts.
John, let you know why we didn't do that, because we tried to show to some large numbers of surplus. That's why we didn't do that over the years.
Yeah,
But those kind of things we should reserve. Maybe we reserve another account, like a trust account,
we have that option as
so
well.
nobody can touch in the future, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So we only use that, whatever trust account for the retiree, use that fund for that, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Actually, you know what, John?
Yes.
You can do it, and be a director is not just what you know, but personally it is very important as your leaders. Okay? Good luck.
So, can I ask you one question?
Solid.
Just to make sure I understand it. So the total cost on accumulated absences for 2019 for a couple of different years was $14,400,000.
Yes.
So how much of that are we paying out in the 2019 budget?
I'll get you that number, but the $14 million represents the outstanding liability. So what we do with that is we have to declare what the outstanding liability is, and I think the 2009 law allows you to structure that payment out in 5 consecutive payments, because smaller and mid-sized and even larger municipalities were getting hit over the head with these taxes as a result of.
Sure.
I'll get you the total checks that were cut for 2019.
Okay. And these deals what line items they came out?
Yeah, I could do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, so 2020, and just to make sure I understand the way this is going, is what we're basically saying is, okay, we're going to pay out this $14 million liability over 5 years.
Correct.
So 2020 would be year 1, is that right?
Correct.
And then 2024, I guess, would be year 5.
Yeah.
And so in 2020, are we going to do the same thing? So that
We are going to budget for this in the department's budget. Yes.
Okay.
And so the combination of doing this now and also us structuring out the payouts in our union contracts and in other contracts is going to stretch that out as
Right.
well. So it's all getting stretched out.
Okay.
So when you see the 1/5 of this $14 million in next year's payment, it'll be a deferred charge in the budget, it won't be in the departments.
Right, so that would be a
Separate line item.
separate line item, 1/5 of $14 million, and then we'll also budget for that year's payments, but they should be smaller because they're going to start to be structured over time.
Yeah, we hope so, but we keep saying that, and then like if everyone retires tomorrow, there are things that happen.
Right.
You'll probably see very small numbers in most departments except for police and fire, just to be honest.
Okay.
I think 12 of the 14 is from police.
And I think all this is moving in the right direction, although challenging. But I mean, have we, my sense is we're adding a bunch to the 2020 budget, right? We added VIA, we are adding this. I can go through a couple other things, just departments we want to raise. Do we have projections on where we are for 2020 right now?
We're working on that. I mean, it's another tough budget year, we'll be honest. So we're gonna have to weigh a lot of that. We're gonna be coming to you to talk about it for sure.
But you have to understand, the police, other department you have to predict except the police and firefighter. If they want to retire, like a 20 days, 30 days notice, they can walk away. So by the contract, labor contract, so police department have to separate, to set up those funds, you know what I'm saying?
So Councilman, just get back to me, you said you have more requests. Right. We're looking at right now, like the classifieds insurance, the brokers and stuff like that. And then on top of that, Ed actually just this week gave me the new valuation numbers, so we're looking at that versus the tax rate. So just in normal finance things, the revenues are always the last thing that we really have an eye on. Right. So until we have a stronger understanding on that, but we are tracking what the potential expenses are. And of course, as we mentioned, our
I don't, can you just, I don't understand. So explain to me, how is this different from the 5-year note that would be issued for this sort of thing?
This puts it into our budget directly, and there's no debt service or emergency notes or anything like that going on.
We're not issuing debt.
We're going to pay it out of our operating budget versus paying out of future debt.
Right.
As opposed to paying it out of what?
I guess we're paying out our future operating budgets versus bonds.
Yeah, there's no debt issuance costs related to it. It's putting it right in the budget. For us, we're just transitioning all this into the budget.
And where would it be under a 5-year note if it's not in the budget?
So this is a deferred charge, this specific thing, but next year you're going to see in the budget for each department a line for accumulated assets, specifically based on what they've done in the past.
So it'd be a line item and deferred charge as a 5-year note?
Deferred charge is not a note, it's just budgeting.
Yeah, any prior notes would be in the debt service schedule in the back of the budget. Yeah, a special order.
It's 5:30.
And how does that, okay. Maybe I can talk to you offline on
Yeah,
this.
so just that number continuously over years, with the exception of 2016, was continuing to grow, and every year that number in the debt service was 12 million, 14 million, 18 million, because it was combined year over year bonds that kept continuing to grow. So we're trying to eliminate that by basically essentially paying as we go and funding it rather than borrowing.
Okay.
So we prove this resolution, it doesn't mean that we prove that, we prove that the bond for those kind of dollars.
There's no bond.
Yeah.
That would be through an ordinance.
Yes.
This is just
I know what you mean, yeah.
asking to structure the payments over.
Okay. Good move, actually. About time to do it.
Yeah.
And to make sure 2020 budget, we should be set aside for those accounts.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
We've already started putting it in.
Yep.
Thank you, Council.
Okay, thank you.
I want to go to Jay since you're.
I thought we just did Jay.
Well, you have Jay's here to talk about those two.
10.2.
You have the two. They're the two. So they're two. There's actually 4 items.
Yeah, we have 1040 and 1041, Sun Life Insurance.
These are later.
Provide
These
stopgap
are-
insurance.
Yeah, these are items that we were really trying to get on the agenda on time, but we couldn't get all the paperwork done. But there's 2 items that we would, well, Jay can talk about what they are, but
And the other is
requesting that the council
41.
adds them.
Verizon Blue Cross Blue Shield to administer the city's self-funded health plan.
I'll ask a very simple question before you get into it. Is this emergency, urgent?
It is only because if we go into 2020, we in effect don't have a contracted payer for claims.
Okay. Which one are you starting at?
That's 40, that's Sun Life for stopgap.
Okay. So, as I said earlier, your health insurance program for employees and retirees are self-insured health and prescription drug program. It's prudent to put in place reinsurance or stop-loss insurance, as is referred to here as stopgap insurance, in order to protect against catastrophic claims. So You currently have, with Sun Life, the incumbent, $250,000 of limits, meaning that any claims that exceed $250,000 is reimbursed by the reinsurer up to an unlimited amount. Your health plan has unlimited coverage for individuals, so obviously there's significant risk there, particularly with the introduction of some of the new drugs and so forth, which can be millions of dollars a year. The city went out to RFP in late October, received responses from the incumbent, Sun Life, and also from Horizon's insurance company, and we received a variety of deductibles ranging from $200,000 up to $300,000 from each of the respondents. So what we normally do in order to make sure that we're recommending the appropriate deductible is we'll model the various deductibles against anticipated large claim experience, which we did. That modeling indicates that, again, the $250,000 deductible or self-insured retention is the appropriate and most cost-effective level of insurance. Again, it's not compulsory that you buy it, but certainly we would not recommend self-insuring without an appropriate level of reinsurance. So our recommendation is Sun Life Insurance Company at the $250,000 SIR. Annual premium quoted is $4,053,000.
So can I ask?
Councilman?
Yeah. So I agree 100% to that, because the $250,000, that's actually is nothing. If you got heart surgery, 4 days in the hospital, more than $250,000. So good to have it. But we pay premiums almost $4 million a year. So do me a favor, can you give us 2017, 18, 19, how many claims we over $250,000 and how much we pay for that? And the comparison, I would like to see that with our premium. So let's say we pay $4 million for premium for any claim exceed over $250,000. So we like to know, it's very interesting, you know what I'm saying? I think it's very good to know. We pay $4 million, but if we have only 250,000 claim like a 3, then, you know what I'm saying? We probably $3.25 million actually just go premium for nothing, you know what I'm saying? So reason is that through that we know is that really actually 250,000 is a reasonable gap, or is it, you know what I'm saying? So can't you give us some data, business transmission? Can we get some data? How many claims we have exceed the $250,000? 2016, 17, 18, 19.
If I can, I'd like to do that over a 5-year period.
Yes.
Just because it'll give you a better sense.
Yes,
for the overall return on the premium expenditure. I think I understand what you're asking for.
Yeah.
What did you spend over that period of time for the reinsurance, and what were the reimbursements back from the reinsurance company for that premium? We'll lay that out over the last 5 years for you. Some of the years the insurer did well, some of the years the city did well, but overall I think it makes sense to cast that in a 5-year period.
I think it's good to know if we only have like a less than 10 claim, still $2.5 million compared to $4 million. It's a safer, still.
Right.
But if it's only $1 million, we pay $4 million to pay for only couple $1 million, then maybe we talk about different way to maybe, to work it out their path.
I agree.
We just reserve the $4 million every year instead of pay the company, so other way we can find out a way to some save dollars, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so I'll lay that out for you over the past 5 years. Generally, Councilman, you're going to find that you're getting back about 70 cents on the dollar. So 70 to 80 cents on the dollar. So the risk charge that the reinsurance community builds into that for taking that risk after taxes and so forth, they're looking for about a 15 to 20% margin on the money.
15 to 20% margin on money. We are all wrong.
As a risk charge.
Yeah, we understand.
Yep.
We understand. So
we'll put that together.
But not only just how many total claims, but also how many people claim.
We'll give you the claim counts.
Yeah.
I can lay it out for you, claim counts, number of claims, amounts, and show you how the reinsurance reimburses against those
And
claims.
if you're able to do that, and the claims are divided by, to separate by uniform or non-uniform, you know what I'm saying?
Okay,
I
that
think
little
they give
deeper
us-
dive, if you
yeah.
can give me a couple of weeks to get that portion of it, I'll have it for you
Please,
at
okay.
the next meeting.
Yep.
Okay.
So this is, what is our broker commission?
There's no commission in this.
No commission?
No, we don't earn commission, we just pay fee.
Oh, okay.
We have flat fee under our contract.
So how much is the flat fee?
$55,000 a month goes to Acrisure for all services.
$55,000 a month.
Right, that's for the inbound service units, placement of the business, ongoing projection model, and so forth. It's the entire staff.
So $4 million includes a premium and the fee, or $4 million plus
It's that
fee?
That the $4 million is just a net charge that would go to the insurance company, so it doesn't include fees. Fees are a separate line item in the budget.
So which item is the budget? I'm not sure. Professional service?
I'm not sure actually, yeah.
You know, when you spend the $600,000 for the broker fee, I'm pretty sure they have some item account for insurance, you know what I'm saying?
We've approved contracts with Acrisure.
Yes.
City Council has approved contracts with Acrisure that Mr. McManus represents. Sorry for my voice.
Okay?
$600,000. It's a lot of money.
$650.
Yeah, I can go into the detail.
$55,000 at 12 months. So 55 per month. In 12 months, you know, there's almost $600,000. So now, you know, look at it. $4 million premium, $600 broker fee. You know how, see the ratio premium and the broker fee.
If I may, that's,
Yeah.
so the fee isn't exclusively based on the work for the reinsurance. That's probably the least of what we do in the course of a year. In addition to that, I can go through the details. We do fund full-time wellness coaches on staff here at the city. We fund an inbound customer service unit that takes care of ongoing claim issues. We have a regular monthly modeling program that takes care of projections and work through on a day-to-day basis with the benefits departments.
So, okay, when I get the data from your company, how many cases exceed $50,000? Then I can tell you the fee is just too high or too low. You know what I'm saying? Fair enough?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not
Because
sure I
they're not
understand
going to
the
bother
nexus there.
you for this case. Only people has some concern to call guy who has a medical bill more than $250,000. But that's why I want to know how many people actually over $250,000.
Okay.
And because of that, well, we have to pay $600,000 premium for that. So I can make it normal industrial standard, because when you talk about the 15%, what do they call, the commission, if it's a first time, understandable. But this kind of case, we renew it every year.
Yeah, but let me just make sure there's no misunderstanding. We don't earn any commission on this product or any products that the city purchases. The 15% that I was referring to, Councilman, that's industry standard margin that they generally build into the premium charge. That's totally unrelated to anything we do. We have no relationship to Sun Life Insurance Company or any of the other vendors related to the health insurance program of the city. So I guess what I'm saying is equating the fee to just the premium for stop loss is probably doesn't make a lot of sense trying to equate that. The fee is part of the overall program. The city health insurance program runs north of $105 million a year. There's a lot of moving parts that go into that.
Okay, we'll discuss it later.
But the data you need, we will provide absolutely
Yes.
for you,
Okay.
Councilman.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So you'll provide data for if you could get it to Marlene.
Okay,
Santon,
will do.
Secretary.
Thank you.
And then you have 10.42? I'm sorry, 10.41?
Yes.
It's a resolution awarding a contract to Horizon Blue Cross Blue Shield of New Jersey to administer the city's self-funded health plan as an extraordinary and specifiable service.
The city went out for RFP. Its contract with Horizon expires at the end of this year. Horizon is the claim payer for your self-insured health insurance program. The contract between the city and Horizon expires at the end of this year. So the city placed the program out to RFP late summer of this year. We received responses were referred to our organization for input. And we look at, from a financial standpoint, essentially two pieces. The first piece we look at is the fixed cost for the administrative services. And I can run through that. We had 3 respondents: Horizon, Aetna/Meritain. Meritain is their in-house administrative unit. And the last was MagnaCare. The fixed costs that were proposed from each of those entities: Horizon proposed an annual fixed cost of $1.7 million. Meritain proposed a fixed cost of almost $1.9 million, 1,880. And MagnaCare proposed a cost of almost $2.2 million. So looking at just that metric, Horizon was $170,000 less than Aetna, which was the second cheapest, and MagnaCare was $484,000 more expensive, than Horizon. So Horizon on a fixed cost basis for administrative services was the lowest cost by a fairly wide margin. So that's the first metric we look at. The second, and probably more important metric we look at, is the discount rate that each of these insurance carriers enjoy with their hospital networks. So we employ a separate entity called the Uniform Data Submission Service.
Excuse me, I cannot hear well.
Go ahead.
So we employ a separate standalone entity called the Uniform Data Submission Service to do an analysis of claims, looking at the claims for the city and the discount rates that each of these carriers apply to your actual claim experience. That's an important piece because a 1% differential in discount rates on a $80 million program, you do the math, it's big money. So the results of that analysis were that Horizon's composite discount rate, that's in and out of network claims, you have to look at out of network also, they maintain passive discounts with non-network providers, so that needs to be included in the analysis. Horizon's composite discount rate is 56.3%. Their in-network discount rate is 63.7%. Meritain's, conversely, discount rates are composite of 54.9%, and their in-network rate is 63.2%. MagnaCare, which isn't particularly well suited for the city here just because of size. They didn't have comparable size accounts. We wouldn't be comfortable with that, but we did the analysis of their in-network discount rates. That was 59%. That was their in-network discount rate. So they were clearly well below the other 2 larger players. They did not provide us with enough data to do a composite discount rate, but intuitively, if their in-network discount rate was only 59 relative to the other 2 at 63.7 and 63.2, we know that their composite rate wouldn't be competitive. So at the end of the day, if we're dealing with a discount rate of differential of 1.4% on a spend of well north of $80 million, obviously we're looking at a differential of probably of $1.2 million. So we've got a fixed cost differential of $170,000 and an anticipated discount rate differential on claims of $1.4 million. The other non-financial aspects of the RFP response is the qualitative issues, performance guarantees and so forth, council. They were all comparable. So setting those aside, and again, they were comparable, our recommendation is Horizon Blue Cross Blue Shield. And the number of $80 million in the resolution includes not only those administrative charges that I articulated, but also the anticipated net claims payout over the course of the year.
Okay, questions, Council?
So that the $80 million included, you just say that the cost, the admission cost include, right?
Yes, correct.
But it's not include the what do they call, the commission for the broker?
There's no commission in this piece either.
Okay, this is more likely fixed.
Yes, correct. This is an administrative service charge. And again, I just want to reiterate, there's no commission paid. The only fee that's related to any of this budget is our fee, which is a separate line item.
And how does the 80 million compare to last year?
The 80 million for next year is, and again, that number is a net number after offsets for Chapter 78. We are in the process of finalizing the budget, but that budget's going to increase 6 to 7%.
Okay, so from 2019 to 2020.
Correct.
6 to 7%.
Yes.
Questions, anything else, Council?
I have a question.
Councilman Rivera?
Can we do an audit on like we as a city, can we do an audit on medical claims?
We can. That's a good question. We put into place, as I said earlier, an audit process that's in place and ongoing on prescription drug claims. That can be done electronically. It is done electronically. The medical audit process is a little bit different. We're going to recommend that, and I've spoke to the BA about doing an audit of medical claims this year. We'd like to put an RFP out in the first quarter. And the way that works is we're going to respond for a fixed fee. Generally, an audit of your medical claims is done on not on a 100% basis. You can't do that. You can't break the files down. You would never get done the audit. They take a sample size of roughly 200 claims. They tear those files apart to look for systemic problems and then calculation problems. And then they'll do 100% of the large claims. So those claims that are over $250,000, they'll audit all of those files, but then they'll take a statistically valid sample size of all other non-large claims. They'll then report the results in a couple of areas: financial accuracy, procedural accuracy, and any systemic problems. For example, the insurance carrier may not be offsetting Medicare primary properly. They'll identify that as a systemic problem. But we do anticipate creating an RFP and recommending that go out.
The line on medical claims, it gives anybody chest pain. The increase on that is ridiculous.
It's a good time.
It is. The city currently insures north of 11,000 bodies.
I'm sorry?
How much?
11,000 bodies. When you take into account, spouses and dependents, retirees and employees, it's a large burden.
11,000?
Yeah.
Is that mine? We got 3,000.
You have 3,000. You have 25, roughly 2,600.
I thought around the 6,000.
Right, but then you have spouses and
Not everybody has one child.
and dependents.
Okay, other questions, Council?
So then my last question is there, how we can save that our total group health insurance, how we can save? Do you have any plan, any idea? Because we pay for that to you.
We do. Long-term strategy to control healthcare costs is to get your employees and retirees healthier. It's more from long-term strategy. You can do short-term fixes. You can change deductibles and co-pays. They're short-term fixes. You'll get small savings here and there. But until you change the health profile and disease states that your employees currently have, you're not going to make significant long-term headway. We engaged with and we pick up the cost of a data warehousing firm, which we're in the process of testing. The end result of that is it's going to give us a dashboard which will tell us and allow us to look into the healthcare plan to identify groups of employees and retirees that have significant healthcare issues. We'll then be able to identify your biggest problem and largest payout disease state is diabetes. not only the care and treatment of diabetes, but what results in not taking care of diabetes, and strokes and circulatory problems, and heart attacks and so forth. So we expect that data warehousing system to be up and online. The city will own that data, the city will own the output, but again, it will allow us now to construct meaningful outreach programs to employees and particularly retirees. We've got a healthcare coach on staff working with employees, that's a good thing. But retirees are different. We can't send health coaches to retirees. They're spread out all over the place. But what this will allow us to do is identify and stratify health risks among groups of employees and then target those groups of employees with wellness programs, corrective action.
Okay.
So just a minute, because we had, your company provide what is called that you just mentioned, health, like some kind of education program provide?
Yeah, there's a wellness.
Yeah, wellness, okay, so now, we do that almost 4 years, as I understand. Then that 4 years, the program really give the positive impact to the lower premium?
Yeah, if you look at your budget increases year over year, the average healthcare trend for this geographic region and sort of the metropolitan statistical area is about 6 to 7%. The city's been well below that. We've been at about 2.5 to 3% over the last 5 years, including this year's anomaly. So you're running well below what the trend is for the regional area. Some of that has to do with the fact that we have wellness coaching in place, has to do with managing claims and so forth. But we're getting to a point where we're looking at an aging population. We need to start to target retirees. The only way we can do that is to have good data. So we've spent about a year on constructing a data warehouse and generating meaningful output so we can start to target those groups of those risk groups.
Because of that program, our increased premium is much below the average in the regional.
Yes, again, again, this year is an outlier, but the last 5 years we're well below what the regional trend is.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Just one question for me. So this is doing self-funding. Did we look at, every year we kind of look at this to see whether it's more advantageous to do self-funding or state health benefits program?
Yes. The state health benefits plan is always, we review that every year, we take a look at it. The state health benefit plan design features are significantly different than what you have now. So it's important to line that up with the expiration of some of your major bargaining unit contracts as we move forward. But that's something that's all reviewed on an annual basis.
Did we do that review? What was the result of the review?
We did. That review shows savings. I don't have the number.
Savings from which side?
So it's sort of a more complicated discussion we can even talk about offline, but you know, there's
Not spare us all.
Okay, yeah.
Let's keep moving.
We could go.
We could go for it if you have tomorrow.
I'll have an offline conversation. Thank you. No other questions? And there are none, so thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so I've got all division directors here or supervisors. So I'm going to bring up Frank Lamparelli. I'm assuming he's the most senior. Come on. 10.25. Seniority. 10.25. Frank has 10.25. That's a resolution awarding a contract to Control Services LLC for snow removal only for DPW Division of Sanitation. So, the floor is yours.
Frank Lamparelli, Department of Public Works, Division of Sanitation. We put in for this resolution to provide for snow removal only. It was a public bid. We had 2 bidders. One bidder didn't submit the proper information, so they got disqualified. And being that in the time frame that we're in, we needed to award the contract. So we put out a contract to Control Services for their bid of $176,500 and temporary incumbency of $40,000 to the remainder of this year, just in case we had a snow episode that we needed.
And this is a contract only if we use it, we pay?
This contract's only if we need to enforce snow removal.
And last year we spent nothing, it says here.
Last year, we didn't spend anything.
And just out of curiosity, how much was the other contract?
The other contract was significantly lower. It was about $85,000.
Ouch. Let's hope we don't need it. Any other questions, council members? What was their deficiency of their contract?
They needed to submit the original of their, yeah, and they sent in a copy instead.
And that's not curable?
A certificate of, a certificate for the bond. And they needed the original. And
that can't be
Peter
cured?
Folgato disqualified.
Got it. All right, council members, any questions? That's it? Thanks, Frank. Thanks for your patience. All right, we're going to bring up Brian Weller, then.
It's supposed to be a lucky day.
10.23 and 10.24.
Good evening, council. 10.23, recommendation awarding resolution for Riverview Fisk improvements. We took bids on November 26th, we received 4, and they were much more agreeable with us, and we have all the funding available to fund it, so I'd like to proceed. The Dalmo Brothers Construction.
Council members, any questions on this?
Did you put this out to bid earlier?
Did it got rejected?
Yes, that's correct.
What changed? Did we change our specs? Did we just
Yes.
put it out? Okay.
Yep.
So can you
We broke it into alternates, working with the neighborhood group. And we were able to fund the base bid and 2 alternates.
Councilman Yun, any questions?
10.2?
23.
Oh, God. Finally, we wait for long, how many is it, 4 years? Yes, 4 years.
2015, 2015?
Yeah.
The Riverview Neighborhood Association is very happy.
I'm really, so finally, we can see, so expect groundbreaking maybe next year,
Yes,
February.
anytime. Let's just get the contract awarded and get work in order, and I'll let you know the status.
Yes, $2.4 million, right?
Councilor Solomon, you have another question?
Yeah, I see the variety of capital accounts. Which years are these and what were the kind of accounts for?
Well, they're all, like you said, capital accounts, and the Hudson County grant for $500,000. They're all park funded, park bond funds, actually. And the $800,000, there's a remaining balance of $359,000 that's earmarked for Leonard Gordon. And let's see, there is $75,000 remaining in the capital account. Below that, that's for Fulton Avenue. And the $75,000 is out of our most recent capital account, and that has a higher balance for projects that are yet to be worked on.
So when you said for those first 2, you said those are, when we pass the capital budget, my understanding is they're line items.
16, they're either 16 and 18 capital budgets.
Can we get the breakdowns for these capital accounts?
So for the first one, you're saying that was 16 or 18?
I believe it's 16, but I'll have to.
And the remainder in that account is for what again?
Leonard Gordon Park.
Leonard Gordon. And how much is the remainder right now?
350, roughly 360.
So when this was passed in 2016, was it specifically under the line item of Riverview, Fisk, and Leonard Gordon?
And,
Yes,
and other parks.
Yeah.
That's why
Was this a general? Because I just recall, I wasn't here for 16, I was here for 18.
Right.
When it was in 18, there was an Excel spreadsheet, right, listed, there was a general fund, this is what was given to the city council, right, there was a general fund, and then there were specific line items.
Yes, the bond. The
Okay,
way the
2000
bond ordinance is
So-
written, if you read the bond ordinance, that's what all this refers back to.
Okay, but that's not what I asked. But are you saying that there's one account that includes all park spending?
There's one.
There were dedicated line items for each
Yeah,
park.
the line item for the bond. goes to all those parks. It doesn't specifically say how much money is going to each park.
Well, he did.
Well, in the 2018 one, they did. I don't know about the 2016 one, right?
No, Brian, so I think, I understand what he's asking. 2014, when you issued the capital improvement to dollars, at the time, I have even chart, they say that capital improvement, Mosquito Park, $800,000.
You're looking at,
You know,
okay, that's the Excel spreadsheet version, but
Yeah.
it's actually the bond ordinance, the way it's written by budget, that's the Bible.
I mean, so we explicitly said, I mean, our BA and finance are out of the room at the moment, but again, I don't know what happened before I was on the council, but I remember we explicitly said to these guys, are you saying this is what it's dedicated for, and that to change it has to come back to council?
Correct.
Right, and they said that yes, it has to come back to council, not that, let me give you an example. Let's say, my ward, Mary Benson. I don't think Mary Benson has been on any capital budget. But if you came to us and said, I want to give capital funding for Mary Benson, we would explicitly be saying we're taking from one line item, or we're taking from the general fund. That there was in that Excel, there was a general that said this is the general fund. And so, again, I don't know what happened in the past, but it's really important for us as a council to know that if those line items are either being followed or being changed based on the Excel spreadsheet. Because that's what gives us the sense of, this is what we authorized when it first came before us, and if it's being changed without our knowledge, so I think,
I'll provide you the two spreadsheets that you're referring to and the bond ordinance with this highlighted. That way it should be crystal clear.
Okay, but we just want to make sure that, either it's following what was sort of already done by council.
I can assure council I'm not using funds from like buildings or streets or anything.
No, it's not buildings or streets. It's the idea that when you listed out the parks, there was a clear list that had gone through.
Yep.
And that if that's being changed, at a minimum, we need to know.
And if there was $800,000 allocated to Riverview Fisk Park, that's the $800,000, or was it $500,000 and then in that spreadsheet, or in the ordinance or resolution, whatever it was, or was it $500,000 and then $300,000 for Mary Benson Park, and then you're now taking that $300,000 and saying, and using it for Riverview Fisk Park?
Well, historically speaking, the bond was always written by budget so that, because it's hard for us to estimate the costs going forward. So they would recommend including more parks than what we were going to cover. And then you'll see the transition with the new bond. You'll see some of those same parks carry over to the new fund, because that's how they used to keep things going.
Sure, but I mean, that's explicitly at odds with what we were told. In the last
And then we just literally had the conversation about the Open Space Trust Fund too.
Yeah.
Right.
So I get that there'll be estimates that
don't pan out.
Don't pan out, and so we need to shift money around, so but the council would like to make those decisions.
Okay. I'll get these to you.
Part of that decision-making process.
Right, and as a councilman, I mean, he's been waiting a long time for this in Ward D, and we want to be respectful of all the wards. And so I don't think there's anything, I don't think anyone is against spending it, but we want to be sure that we know exactly how things are shifting and have kind of an institutional memory on these accounts.
Yeah, I can get all that to you.
Brian, actually, what he asked you that is right, but over the years, there was one of the problems you should address this council. Because of most park projects, unfortunately, when they issue bonds, this administration tried to be fair every word. So let's say Mosquito Park or other park in other districts, they allocate 700, 500, but those 500 or 700 are not even able to do any work. So based on projects, 5 years of projects, first time they put $800,000, second year they put in $500,000. So when they add amount, reach that enough dollars to carry the project, that's the way they do. So when you present to the city council, you actually printed the dollar amount with the project, but unfortunately, 2014, when you allocated $800,000, they're not able to do anything. Even higher architect cost $350,000.
I can give you other examples too. Yes.
Yeah. So you actually tell it, straightforward to us. 2014, we allocated other dollars, other part. But 2019, we use other allocated dollars to use this one.
But actually, second, third year, whatever we allocate the mosquito park one, then when the other project, we move those dollars to that. Because when you see the end of the day, all capital improved dollars, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. But council want to know, even though we do that, second, third year project, we put just so much dollar, when you look, then move those dollar other projects, you know what I'm saying? Because as I know that here, the $778,000 actually is not allocated to mosquito park, as I understand, but this dollar come from the other account, you know what I'm saying, other capital project, you know, but those kind of things we like to know when they transfer dollar from the other project, we like to know which dollar moved to from project A to B, you understand?
Sure.
That's what we want to know, all right?
No problem.
You know, he's not that asking us the stranger things. Actually, not only myself, we want to know. Like Hudson County Open Space Grant happened that we know that this comes from the. But when you have 1, 2, 3, 4 separate capital accounts and the common money, then we want to know what was originally allocated. This $800,000, $778,000 allocated to which project? You understand?
I'll get that guy, I'll get that to you tomorrow.
Great.
Okay, great.
No problem.
We have resolution 10.24. So the award of a contract to A-Tech Concrete Company, Inc. for the City Hall side entrance stairs, project number 2018-009 for the Division of Architecture.
That's a lot of money.
So as you're aware, the stairs out of the side of the building, north and the south of the building, are deteriorating at a rapid rate, and we really have no choice but to get them stabilized and fixed. And in the process, this will also comply with SHPO and historic standards for the exterior of the building.
This was budgeted in those capital accounts for this purpose?
That's correct, yep. These are all for City Hall repairs.
Yeah, we issue bond for this one.
Can you send us similarly the same information? For
Sure.
this?
Yep.
I think we issue bond for $1.4 million, right? $1.4 million stairs. I'm pretty sure.
Originally, I think when we were to do the front stairs and the side stairs, we didn't realize the deterioration, and we thought it was more of just a facelift. So I think originally we had $800,000 set aside, but there are other City Hall improvement projects that had monies also.
But let me ask you this one. If we see that the mosquito, not mosquito, but the Riverview Park, and if we see that the stairs repair, it contingency has a big difference. Because of mosquito park, putting the contingency for $323,000. This one, $280. Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I put in a contingency for 15%.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right,
Okay.
we got it.
That's,
Yeah. That's the industrial standard.
that's just to keep the projects rolling, without anything unforeseen, it's all done.
Okay. Is this something that's recoverable through FEMA or something like that from Sandy or anything?
No,
Nothing like that?
no. We actually tried that. Unfortunately, it's just the age of the structure, and we're not exactly
Are you
sure
sure
about the
about
foundation.
that?
We're not exactly sure of the
Sure it wasn't
foundation.
Sandy?
Ryan, how much did he pay for the front stairs?
Actually, the front stairs were accomplished by DPW primarily, and I think architecture paid for the actual stone. So the labor I can't account for, but the stone itself was probably about $45,000.
We can't do the same thing?
Well, no, the side stairs are structurally deficient. The front stairs aren't as bad, or they weren't as bad, so they were able to build up on what was there. Side stairs are actually moving.
So,
Oh, wow.
Brian, can I say as a councilperson, it's a two project has almost more than $500,000 contingency. You know, your role is that to try to make sure that we not spend that contingency, you know what I'm saying? To make sure that without change order, do it based on the plan. That's what we know.
Yep.
And if we achieve the goal, already we save $500,000.
The only thing about contingency is unforeseen, construction
Yeah.
unforeseen. So if I had X-ray vision, trust me, there'd be many fewer.
Beautiful.
We're going to do the best we can.
All right.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you, Brian.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Margaret, Health and Human Services is the Policy and Communications Manager.
Good evening. I have 2 resolutions and a second reading ordinance that I don't anticipate any questions on.
10.15. 10.15, which is a resolution authorizing the acceptance of a grant award from the New Jersey Office of Local Public Health.
So this is a $95,000 grant. There's no matching requirement, and we're going to be using this grant to hire 2 seasonal employees that'll be public health nurses, and they'll be tasked with doing outreach work to spread information about communicable disease prevention and vaccinations.
Okay. Any questions?
No.
None? Next item, 10.28.
And this is a gift agreement allowing the department to accept a donation of concert tickets for, it should say Veterans Affairs, not for Senior Citizen Affairs. So this is for Jersey City veterans to go to a holiday concert in New York City at Carnegie Hall. We got the same donation last year, and they wanted to do it again.
Okay, good, that was really nice.
And do they provide the transportation?
I'll have to look into that. Last year I know we did, so we might be able to do that again.
And how can get your ticket? For the,
Call the Division of Veterans Affairs, extension 4919.
Okay, 4919 Veterans Affairs, right?
Yep.
It says that in here though.
It does say veterans on there? Okay, yeah, the title on the
title's
print, it
on,
says
it's in
seniors,
here
yeah, so.
already.
And if we call that,
Jersey
they tell us
veterans.
that they will have the transportation detail information, right?
Yes, yep,
Okay.
I'll have the information on that. And then the adopt-a-lot leases are up for second reading. There weren't any questions on first reading, so.
It's 4.4, folks. The ordinance is second reading, 4.4. Any questions about the adopt-a-lots ordinance? Just renewing the agreements? None? Thank you.
Goodbye, Margaret.
Thanks, everyone.
Margaret,
Have a-
thanks for your time.
Of course. Happy holidays. Merry
Happy
Christmas.
holidays. Merry Christmas, Margaret.
Merry Christmas.
Margaret, we miss you.
Listen, not at all. Maria, you feel better?
Carmen,
I told them, not at all. You're welcome.
Carmen has 2 items.
Yes.
Are they on the list?
I don't know, they're being walked on, they were.
Carmen has two late items.
No, I was about to say that we submitted it on time. I think the BA doesn't like me because he was the only one that didn't approve it. He's not here, but.
Before you continue,
Sure.
Robert, just the last, Margaret was here.
Yeah, on
10.28.
Okay.
I'm sorry?
10.28 needs to be corrected.
10.28
Yeah,
needs to
it
be
should
corrected.
be something about veterans. If you could ask her.
Inside,
It says seniors.
Yeah.
right, the title's wrong, that's about it. It should say veterans.
So I have 2 items that I'm asking to be walked on, and as we navigate this iCompass space.
Which one you?
No, they're walked on. They're gonna be walked on.
That's the last one from Margaret.
He said that they should be on, he's not here, but he said they should be on iCompass if you go in there now.
The resolution, they have numbers?
What's the numbers?
What are they?
They're not on the agenda.
Or the 3 is on the
No,
right,
10.42, amending the
So yeah,
annual
so-
action plans, is that it?
So I have one for amending the annual action plan, which is a reprogramming reso, and the other one is the contracting resolution.
Acceptance and execution of contracts.
Yes.
Okay, so that's 10.42 and 10.43.
So which one is 10.42?
The amending the annual action plans.
Okay.
10.42.
So
10.43?
are these deadline driven at this point, or?
Yeah, they are deadline driven. So,
Can you explain that?
yep, so 10.42 is a resolution amending fiscal year 2008, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 17 annual action plan and reprogramming these CDBG funds. Can you-
But why is it deadline driven?
Because it goes to our timeliness ratio. So the Division of Community Development has a timeliness ratio, which means that we have to expend our funds by at least February 1st of the next fiscal year. So we submitted a reprogramming resolution, not typical to your other reprogramming resolution. What we did is we did a swap of our line items, of eligible items in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund and in our home grant to use CDBG funds first, so that we can make our timeliness deadline. So this realistically isn't a swap of new projects or any other things. And so in our memo, if you go to the memo, it talks about the summary. Currently, right now, what our ratio is. So we are at 2.5. Our ratio, we have to get it under 1.49. We have about $3 million to spend before February 1st. And so what we did is that we looked at our internal grant accounts. We identified that the home grant and the Affordable Housing Trust Fund has the ability to have a little bit more time, because in 2016, HUD suspended its expenditure requirement, and our Affordable Housing Trust Fund, we really don't have an expenditure requirement. CDBG does, and so that's what we are recommending, so that we do not lose out on our grant funding for this particular resolution. So it is deadline driven, because then the next meeting would be in January, and then ultimately I still have to do the mechanics of swifting and changing grant agreements, contract agreements, all within the next month or so. So that's this particular first.
So what's the change?
What you're authorizing is the switching of the accounts, of the grant accounts. So ultimately, you had approved resolutions before to execute a contract with, let's just say, the public housing modernization reprogramming amount is $1 million. We had identified the home funding, Affordable Housing Trust Fund, we're switching it to CDBG. So projects that we're looking to fund is like the Thomas J. Stewart, the Glenview. So these are already approved projects per se. All we're doing is switching the financing, the financial structure.
And where are you taking the money from?
Home and ATF.
And what were they dedicated for?
So home and ATF was, it says here, public housing modernization, cleanup of contaminated sites, demolition and remediation, and rehabilitation of Hilltop.
Anyone have questions?
So then, if we use it here, that other funded to the other one, then home, those programs will be free till...
Correct. We are freeing up those balances, so it will be more balances in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, money's back at home.
So when they'll feel free to when?
When will it free up?
Yeah.
So we're looking to do all the mechanics of like the reconciliation in the month of January.
The January, right?
So these go back to 2010.
Yep.
I mean, it begs the question, I'm just gonna, why is it taking so long to figure this out, to reprogram these dollars? It's,
I mean, that could be going back to cite it to my audit. I mean, reconciliation wasn't done. I mean, and there's accounts that weren't closed historically, accounts that weren't reconciled, the segregation of duties in the division didn't happen. And so if you were to ask, like, what I have in place today is that I hired an internal auditor who sits in our division. We separated the accounting functions. There's a grant accountant who now sits in grant control. We have an accountant in the division. And then we still have our fiscal analyst who helps us with the processing, so. But I can tell you, I mean, when you see this here, we are getting better with it.
Yeah, you are.
I mean, that's
From the
all
time
we
you kicked
can.
office, I remember, yeah.
And the division should be reprogramming funds. Things
Right.
happen when we
But I
make
know you came in,
recommendations.
that's when the audit started.
so these are probably like, in the case of like JCRA, Pioneer Market, is that unspent dollar, like just
Yeah, so in
their
2000,
expenditure and their,
so in 2011.
sounds like they spent most of their money there.
They spent most of their money, yes, and then they had a remaining balance of $32,000.
But the project was completed.
Correct.
Can you tell me which of these, and you'll have to tell me right now.
Sure.
Which projects were actually completed as opposed to maybe they sort of defaulted or they didn't, or any of these projects defaulted, like they didn't get their work done. So for example, when I look at what is this? The Belmont Guest Rehab, they left a lot of money on the table, right? So I don't know what they were doing, but back in 2010.
Sure, so you wanted just a status of what's been completed, defaulted. I mean, some of these, ultimately, people anticipate a budget, and then ultimately it's...
Let me just quickly go through. I'll tell you which ones so you're not wasting your time. It's the Belmont Guest Rehab.
Okay.
The Hudson Community Enterprises. Wow. I guess these DCD demolition rehabs, both 2 accounts there. Tenant assistance. That's completely 0% spent. Tenant assistance. Tenant. DCD acquisition rehab, that's 2013. And then you have unallocated rehab, 2013. I guess if you can give me some detail as to like what projects were involved there and what. Oh, did I cover everything? No, it looks like I'm still missing some. Oh, jeez. Oh, you're spending on these other projects instead. Starting with JC Division of Community Development. You're spending an additional $565,000, or is that, no, am I reading this right?
So the last part of the memo identifies how else we're going to achieve timeliness. So if we put that in the memo in regards to, you know, where we're going to be spending our funds by the February 1st deadline. So 565.34 is my administrative line item in my budget.
So that's going to be where the money, some of that will be reprogrammed to.
No, this is the anticipated spending. So if you look at, so this is what we, top of the memo is what we have to spend and what we're reprogramming. Bottom of the memo is what we plan on spending by the February 1st to achieve the outstanding $3 million that we have.
Right, so the 2.3 million that's that's not spent is going to be spent on this other stuff.
Correct. You have the one, so the 1.6. So Grace Van Voorst Public Services is going to be submitting us the remaining balance of $3,500. PAFCOM $7,500. Urban League $9,000. So, and then any other anticipated vouchers for the next council meeting.
So that leaves a difference of $700,000 almost, right? You have $2.3 million of monies that are not being spent or have not been spent, and then you're going to have somebody else spend 1.6 million of it. So you're looking at about 770,000. 770,000. If I'm reading that right.
Yeah, I think it's missing a page. It's missing, I have 1.1. 6.2. Yeah, there's probably another page that it's not here.
Okay.
But I gave the 750.
Can you send that to us?
Yep.
Thanks. All right, council, any other questions?
This one?
What's your next one?
10.43.
10.43, which is a resolution authorizing the acceptance and execution of HUD entitlement grants for CDBG, ESG, Hotpoint Home, and authoring program contracts to HUD entitlement programs for program year April 1, 2019 through March 31, 2020.
Sorry. Any questions on this particular? This is the contracting one. No, he's kicking me out.
Anyone have questions? This is just a continuation of what you proposed before, correct?
Correct. So this is for us to go into contract so that we can spend. I will say that you may get some calls or emails of the 45 recommended agencies. We're only submitting 30. We had deadlines indicated to me in regards to like our EEO forms, contracting forms, and some of our agencies did not submit in time. So we're moving forward with a partial resolution. In the memo, you have the identified organizations that did not submit in time. It doesn't mean that if they won't get their funding, but once they get through their compliance and contracting paperwork, I'll be back here to present the continuation of these agencies in order to contract for their funds.
Is this the resolution that I did get some calls from some agencies asking about not getting their money? Is this really
This is the contracting resolution, but I will say that there are organizations who have not submitted like their EEO forms, contracting forms, SAM's information, in order for us to do this. And so, like I said, of the 45, we've got 30 on this particular resolution. And in your memo, I have highlighted which organizations are not making it to this meeting. So
Which are not making it, okay.
that are not getting funding at this point.
But once they get their paperwork in.
Once they get their paperwork, once their paperwork is in, then I will be back presenting with POs and information to their.
There's a couple of pages here that are not, that need to be scanned in landscape, but they're in portrait, and so it's cutting off. You guys fix
You
that?
want to resend it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is Blackfoot funded?
They, I mean, yeah, they're not, I don't see them on the list here for under public services, rehabilitation, contracting.
What's the name of the attachment with that list of not funded?
It's in the memo.
It's in the memo.
It's in the last page of the memo.
Okay.
And that'll be addressed to you and the council members.
Christmas.
What was that?
It's just
Oh,
that
yeah,
something's wrong with the way
the whole thing.
it comes out like this, that's all. It's like all this paper wasted, like, not that it's paper, because it's all electronic, but it's just.
Is it the formatting?
Wrong with that, yeah.
Because
Well, there's a
mine,
couple of people still getting paper copies of it, so.
do you want me to send it tomorrow?
Yeah,
Update what's on the agenda. Yeah, you can email it too.
Email, okay.
Okay, any other questions, council?
No.
Nope. Am I speaking for Melissa?
Yeah.
And then,
Melissa on the list? No.
She is.
Well, Melissa doesn't run, so Carmen can talk about her.
Okay. Also 10.31 for Carmen.
yes.
So 10.31 is a resolution authorizing the use of competitive contracting to award a contract for a consolidated affordable housing portal.
Does anyone have any questions on why the need?
This is to allow us to do an RFP for the portal that I think we've talked about with some of you already. The idea is to create a one-stop shop similar to what New York City has, where a resident interested in affordable housing can go and look at what's available, but also sign up in a single place. So I'm sure you've all complained about how, if you want affordable housing, you can apply to one property, and if you want it in another spot, you have to go to another property and apply separately. This would allow a single common application sort of approach to things. And also better connect residents to resources.
So this is very interesting one. Actually, I'm supporting 100%. But when I had a meeting with Housing Authority Agency,
With who?
Housing Authority,
Oh, the housing authority. Yep.
So I think we gotta look at it two different ways. One, most senior housing was disabled housing. When they build it, what are they called? Most cases, a tax abatement they build. So in other words, they are financially attached with the city of Jersey City. So those kind of place, the private sector, we can ask them actually common application through the computer. You know what I'm saying? But the other hand, housing authority one, based on the different funding, and all the different funding ask a different, application they require.
Okay.
So the people who apply for the affordable housing, they don't know which housing is which funding. So there's some form able to have when they fill up the form, right? If the people require certain question, the form should be automatically, sent to the housing authority for certain housing units. You know what I'm saying? But not only that, when we bring up this system and when the housing, not new construction, there are two types of the protocol we're going to build. One is new units. The other one, the existing unit when they're available. So when the existing units are available, when the property owner just notice that City of Jersey City unit number 10A available, then those also people can see. So one of the column can all the affordable housing is available, this time or this month, next month. You understand?
So people can prepare for movings and so on, so, you know what I'm talking, right?
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying.
So some people apply, and also when they get their, when they fill the people's, probably it's a 1 unit, probably 50, 60 applicant for the 1 unit, then whatever is the same qualification they made that, then those kind of people, they should be selected by a lottery, you understand?
Yes.
So if we build those kind of system that, you know, the program, it'll be perfect.
Okay, so yeah, I'll definitely take these comments back and add it to what Melissa and the innovation team is doing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Melissa's the innovation team, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I explained all those concerns. So when you build it right, so that's why, you know, we can waste the time and the money to again, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Did you get to speak with her?
Yeah, I spoke with them.
Yeah,
I
she
went
said-
like 5 different, the key points for that. And also, I recommend one thing is this one. When they create the software for us, customized, not customized, actually modified what out there now, then make sure that we have like a 6 months of trial period.
You want a 6-month trial period?
Yeah, sure. We have to know.
Okay, I will
Yeah, if it's not,
share that with her.
yeah, because they're not going to create a program for us. They're out there already, program out there, the way you said in New York City they do. So they're going to bring up to their software modified to us, you know.
Right.
So we just make sure that when they modify, they have a lot of bulk, you know. So we try to make sure that it's 3 months, 6 months, you know.
Well, yeah, that is possibly, we can talk about that offline, but that's possibly a challenging thing, depending on how much creation they actually need to do. We have a whole R process to go through.
Yes.
Yeah.
So 2 things from my point, and I expressed this to Melissa, and had a great conversation with her and her team on that, which was 2 points that I just wanted to make here, that there be some, maybe it's the same thing as a 6-month trial, I don't know exactly, but that there be something in the RFP that the contractor will do technology adoption of some sort, and making sure that post-implementation, that we're having good metrics around that to make sure that there's adoption internally around that, and then, but also by users, meaning the residents who are looking for affordable housing and so forth, and getting feedback on that. The second thing was that if there was some way, and I know it's a different mechanism in that people aren't required to do rent control. The people who are the property owners renting out rent control properties, they don't have to rent to anyone that qualifies necessarily for anything, right? But they do have to register their rents. And I'm just wondering if we couldn't extend this to rent control registration as well, just to use this technology to get that stuff registered in, and to speak with Dinah about that, I guess, with their process.
Well, I would say that Dinah, myself, and a whole group of us with the Office of Innovation are part of like a team in responding, getting feedback, and so one of the things on there, and Dinah can speak to, is the rent control piece and just mapping out all of affordable housing and how that kind of sort of would look like.
Yeah, because we're also considering any legislation that would allow landlords to charge higher than the fair market rent if you have a voucher. So, I mean, that's, if you have a voucher, if you do, then that's.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's just, again, mapping out all of our affordable housing inventory, and so as the city defines what affordable housing is, right, as it comes out with inclusionary zoning, it all should kind of sort of be mapped into that definition, and then how you capture that information is really critical to the database and to the platform.
Yeah, and the other thing that we I mean, I apologize, I didn't say that one yet, but the other thing too, there's just even simpler what Rolando's talking about, is simply the online database where if you live in an apartment, you can search the address and determine if you're in a unit that's rent controlled or not.
Sure.
Which, you know, would be, you know, something that New York has a version of. It would be huge for us, and to kind of miss that opportunity to create it would be perfect.
Okay.
Oh, my last thing was, we did pass that ordinance a couple of years ago about Jersey City preference, residential preference, making sure that's incorporated into any design proposals.
Okay.
Anything else, anyone?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, John Lynch. John's got 10.29. Sorry for the wait, John. So authorizing the award of an opening contract to Canon Business Solutions for the lease and maintenance of copiers citywide under Department of Public Works, Division of Administrative Services. Just any consolation, Steve Miller would be the last, just so.
Well, I think I have a little more of a life. But anyway, so as we committed to, we would be awarding this contract by year end. So the current contract is expired. It's been 5 years with Rico. Canon came in with the best pricing statewide, and we went with a statewide contract. They're going to be all color copies across the city. Currently, I've been going office by office, department by department, division by division, and locating all the print copiers we have. We're auditing them, like for example in the annex building. Right, some of the departments now there's no need to have like 3 copiers for 3 different departments when you can have 1 copier. So we're definitely going to have a cost savings there. In addition, eliminating personal printers. And as I went around, a lot of people were very receptive to that. I thought we were going to get a little, and especially the police and firemen, so I thought we were going to get a little pushback there. We spend close to $800,000 on cartridges for personal printers. Yeah, so you know this is going to be a very good contract for us. In fact, the last contract for black and white, it was $3.2 million. It was the same thing. So we really, the contract cost didn't go up.
So this one is $3.2 million. How many machine, how many color, how many black and white?
They're all going to be color.
All color?
Yes.
So they can also print black and white?
Yes. Yes. Well, it's going to default to black and white, so it'll be color when necessary. In addition, there's going to be more controls in place, such as people would have to scan their number in there, so you'd know how much someone's printing. So if someone tried to come in on a weekend and print, we know that someone went out of their way to print a little more than they should, or maybe they're printing some personal stuff.
We're going to be auditing based on the machine, so how much each machine is printing to see if it is a lot, maybe we need another one, or maybe we don't need that machine, but also by employee. So if John Lynch, right, as you said, is coming in, he's printing 10,000 a page on the weekend.
You never know.
Yeah, and we're not really looking at that right now, we will.
So,
What? Your scanner number.
Code, yeah.
You have to scan the number to make a photocopy?
Yeah, all employees have regular scanner numbers.
When you say scan numbers, it's scan finger?
Yeah.
We're going to set all that up to you.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, nothing
those things that you guys are
but those are important little controls to have in place.
John's going literally office to office, looking at every single copier.
Right, it's gonna be high tech.
So now, what I'm asking you,
Folks, Councilman Yun.
yeah, $3.2 million. So how many color copies machine?
Right now we have about 115 across the city.
115?
Yeah, we'll probably get that down to about 95 to 100.
200.
And the 3.2 million is the not to exceed amount for the contract. It doesn't mean we're going to spend that much money.
Okay, so now another one is that $3.2 million include the machine and the toners.
Yes, servicing.
The maintenance.
Yes.
And the toners, right?
Correct.
Whole set price.
Correct. In fact, the maintenance would be if the machine broke down within 4 hours, they ought to get out of it.
How many? 4 hours?
4 hours.
Great. Okay.
Anyone else have questions?
Do we own all of the personal printers?
So the policy is we're no longer going to support them and buy them unless there are exceptions. So we've already given an exception to Councilman Rivera just because he's got an office over here. I mean, if anyone's got their own office.
Who cares? Who cares? Oh,
It's the
God.
exercise, what are you kidding?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Personnel would have.
Yeah, right. If you're printing confidential information, if you're a police officer and you have confidential files you're printing, that kind of stuff is fine too. But all we're asking is for requests in writing. We're not having a lot of resistance from people who are, for example, in my office alone, it's only like, in my little suite there's only 4 or 5 of us, and we had 3 personal printers and a copier, so we're getting rid of 3 of those personal printers at least. So.
Those we own, what do we, it's a lease? We
A lot of them, yeah, a lot of those we bought, and we constantly have maintenance requests on them. The ink costs a lot of money for the personal printers. It's a lot more than the copier ink. And people are asking to get them replaced, and we have to buy new ones a lot.
So then, let me ask you this one. What is it gonna be planned for the old personal, the personal use, like a small size of a printer? What are they gonna do? They're gonna auction it, or they're gonna donate it?
That's a good question. We have to just sort of put the whole inventory together and see what we're getting rid of, and we'll figure it out. I'm not sure.
Each council person or anybody, any city officer like to have it, maybe they can have their own purchase toner to use it.
Well, there will be some departments where they will have them will allow to have as a backup.
Yeah. They can pay. No. Just make Danny say for the ink.
John, you guys put a little summary of what you found in writing? Because I'd like to share it.
Sure.
And I appreciate you guys doing this. I know it's been 2 budget cycles we've been asking.
It's been a while.
But I do appreciate you guys going through this, and I think hopefully we'll end up saving the city, some money that really was being spent for no reason.
So there's another analysis we'll also send, which is the comparison between an RFP and a state contract for this, which you'll see anywhere from 5 to 30% savings from the RFP versus state contract.
Perfect.
So, yeah, it's been a long one.
Yeah, great.
And I will tell you, it's a tedious process going office by office, but it's going to be worth it because everything will be in one spreadsheet, so we'll know exactly where everything is, and we'll kind of model for each.
And only one model, full plate.
Yes. So actually, no, that's not true. So there's a Kyocera contract that we still have that is not being affected. We only did that because people needed color copiers and we didn't have any color options with the previous contract. So we're going to keep those in place. And there were many instances where there was a Kyocera color next to a black and white Ricoh.
Yeah.
We're going to consolidate that into one.
Okay. Yeah. And then I believe the council has a Canon, and you have a very good experience with that.
Yeah.
And for the record, my printer is 8 years old, and
Correct.
since I've been elected, I
Correct.
bought my own toner and ink since I've been elected. So
You only have black and yellow ink, right?
Anyway, I don't want to do that anymore.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
So my final comment on this is just in terms of your security protocols or tracking protocols. I just hope it's better than the gas tracking itself, right? So
yeah, this is
because I was responsible for half the gas that was consumed.
That's right. Because you were 1, 2, 3, 4 on the
Somebody
code.
had
That's
my
right.
code. And like, everybody knew my code. Not that it was hard to figure out, I guess.
Yes, it will be.
Okay, John.
Thank you.
Hey.
Have a great holiday, everyone. Christmas.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Yes,
I'd like to
Merry
see
Christmas,
report Santa Claus this year.
Thanks. Okay, Doug, Kate, Andrew. I assume Dinah's gone already, right? No, Doug, Kate,
And Andrew.
and Andrew.
Okay.
Come on. Doug's got 10.27, everyone.
Good evening, council members.
Dinah here?
10.27.
You just stepped out for a minute. Her stuff was still here.
10.27.
Yeah. This is a resolution awarding a contract for HVAC and boiler maintenance. This was publicly advertised. We took the bids in. We had 2 bidders. One was GSH Group. They bid for $282,000, $789. Let me rephrase that. $282,789. That's what I meant. And Amber Air bid for $269,878. So Amber Air is the low bidder by about $13,000. So we elected to award the contract to them. This is for bi-yearly preventive maintenance, monthly maintenance, and emergency maintenance of all the HVAC and boiler equipment in the city buildings.
It's only spend as you need, or?
Yeah. Well, there's a certain amount of maintenance built into it. That's preventive maintenance that we expect them to go and do on their own initiative, as well as filter changes for the equipment that needs that.
Okay.
Billy, can you do something about this building here?
It's done.
Doug, I'm sorry. like if you notice during the day here, this place is like an oven and all the windows are open in the dead of winter. And they stay downstairs, they can't control the heat. What a waste of money.
So there's something that we started doing actually this summer that's going to help this. We're going to finish in the spring. We're putting the thermostats back on the radiators. Apparently they were removed years ago for some reason, we don't know why. I can't remember which offices in the building had them put in last minute before we turned on the heat. But those offices that have thermostats are working great. They can control their own temperature and it doesn't get too hot or too cold. We have to wait until the winter is done because we can't have the thermostats on, the heat on when we do that. They have to open up the pipes and put a thing inside the pipes and the steam pipes. So in the spring we're going to finish that, but unfortunately this winter is going to be hopefully the last where we have this issue.
They can do that with steam heat?
Yeah, but the steam it can't be on when we do it, so we have to wait until the winter is behind us.
You know, actually,
Sorry,
So I think
I
I have the opposite issue. So, you know, we have the new air conditioners, and I think some not just me, but different rooms have. Can we get like some ceiling to go over?
Oh, yeah. You just send me an email, anyone who's got an issue like that, and we'll have Berto, or send both an email to Berto.
Yeah, we can take care of that, so problem.
Yeah.
I like it when the snow comes in. I just feel like it's winter.
Go.
It's pretty even.
Go.
Well, snow.
Anything else, questions?
So now, if we read this contract, they have it's not, $270,000 contract, but if we see this company provide, if we see the contract, they have three portions of the contract. Number one, they do preventive service, maintenance service.
Correct.
Cost is $25,000.
Correct.
And then the other one, second one, is called monthly service. If you read the monthly service, the price shall include all the material, the labor, equipment to perform all the work. So in other words, they charge $97,000 for monthly service. Is include the labor, include the part. That's why they charge $97,000. Another one, so they're going to do that. Year-round service. Also, this year-round service, they only use for. We give to them actually part or loan, so $60,000. So if they do monthly service, preventive service, we don't have to pay part. Only we pay part for year-round service. So if they do right for monthly service, actually we don't need year-round service. In other words, we have a three duplicate service. One, preventive service. They include the part and labor. And we're going to have another monthly service which include the part and labor. And now we have a year-round service, pay $86,000 plus $60,000 part. So I don't care about the number one, number two, monthly service preventive, but I care about number three, year-round service. They charge $86,000, $69,000 labor, and they say they're gonna be, you know what that means, $86,000, it's 1,000 hours. You know what that means, 1,000 hours? Each week is 40 hours, So they're gonna work 25 weeks straight for repair some our air conditioner units, some heating units somewhere in Jersey City. Every other week they come over here, they spend 2 weeks to fix the air conditioner. Most of this building air conditioner is not even central. It's a window. If anybody has a normal brain calculation, how to accept this spending?
Well, the year-round maintenance is as needed. So that's if something breaks.
You're right. That's what I point out. So if you see how we spend 2016 and 17, or 15, 16, 17, 18, they almost spend maximum $260,000 a year. How the hell they can do that?
I mean, I don't have an answer. We have to go back.
So
and
now,
see.
I want to know, you gotta provide, what a company provide to city council, show to us $60,000, first thing, so they gotta show to us, so $60,000 worth of the part they purchase. Even though they spend the $60,000 worth of part, even they purchase that, and they have to prove the next one, they hear every other week, whole weeks, and repair something. I mean, Jersey City Municipal Utility Building, we're not servicing that part. They're not servicing, as I know.
They are servicing that building.
They're servicing?
They are.
Fine. They show to us they spend 1,000 hours per year. In other words, 1,000 hours. If somebody works 40 hours a week, that means they spend almost 25 weeks in Jersey City repair something, air conditioner. I cannot believe that. And they gotta show to us, if they spend $60,000, show me a list of invoices they purchased $60,000 worth of part they purchase.
Okay, well, when they purchase parts, they always provide the invoices with the bills that they sign.
Yes, because the reason I'm asking you, every year they spend almost a maximum contract dollars they claim.
Okay.
You know, no, it's not okay.
I mean, you're asking for the information, right?
Yes, but I'm going to give you an idea. I do building maintenance, air conditions, so and so. So we know how they work. If some units have to be repaired every damn years, then time to put a new one. And especially window one, as I understand, probably 30 years old, and this one probably this is first time this year they put it replace. Those kind of things, they on the maintenance? No. Do they fix it? No. We purchased a new one. So to me, if anybody has common sense, hard to accept. So in other words, you should be audit their bill and the hours. They really spend 1,000 hours in Jersey City.
Okay.
The other two items, a preventive maintenance and the monthly service. This is already fixed price. If we do that, we not should pay more than $100,000 a year. But they collect $260,000 a year. So I want to know how they spend $160,000. If they provide service, I don't mind. But I feel like I'm feel uncomfortable really. I'm not going to say they cheat or not. I don't want to say they didn't, but I'm not really feel comfortable. About time, your division should be auditing their book. Not their book, I mean the invoice. All right?
I mean, I'm always aware there are only two people really who are authorized to call for service from them, myself and the office manager. I review their bills when they come in. What we have is we have a very old physical plant in the city, particularly with the firehouses and the police stations that have recurring problems. And you know, I would agree that you know, they are in need of replacements, but that's something we have to consider holistically with the rest of the city's needs.
So please, as I say, if they charge a maximum 1,000 hours, they hear every other week, whole weeks to repair something. I cannot believe that.
Okay.
All right? So please, because I see that all the list here, that they provide the service, and a lot of places actually what it is. Central, air central, this one. And not only that, a lot of places window or air conditioner. So please, just look at it, okay? No, I'm not blaming you, but you know, you do a great job. Don't get along, you know what I'm saying. But about time to get their, you know, check their invoice.
I understand.
Okay?
Try to be conservative with it, you know, but it's essential that we keep these buildings in proper condition because they're daily and some often 24/7 use.
Okay. So some year they the total claim $20,000. Other year 20 it makes sense. But how the hell that every year was the same dollar they charging? 250, 259, 260, 200. I mean, come on. All right? Please.
Okay. You have an understanding here?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, all right, have a good night, everyone. Happy holidays. Thanks.
Thank you. Happy holidays, Doug. Kate?
Happy holiday.
Kate has 3.6. It's an ordinance amending Chapter 160 to establish fees for electric vehicle charging stations and transaction fees for mobile parking meters.
I'm not speaking about the second.
Okay.
So remember when we originally wanted to put the EV charging stations in, council expressed interest in having charging fees that would be equal to the cost of power. So based on the electricity usage that we have so far, we've seen about a cost of $1.30 per hour, and then we added a little extra so that we wouldn't have to change the fees that frequently, and also because if we add in more EV charging stations across the city, the cost at each charging station may differ depending on the usage fees and the annual demand and summer demand charges, which are unknown. So we wanted to give a little cushion for that. For reference, other EV chargers in the area charge between $0 and $2.50 per hour, $2.20 per hour. A lot of them are in garages and they're not charging for the cost of electricity, but they are charging for the cost of parking. This spot has no fee associated with it for the cost of parking, but it is in a highly covetable spot, and now that it has EV charging, there's also a demand for people to use these two spots in particular because it provides that service. So we feel like it's fair to have a $1.60 charge.
So what is the numbers, the ordinance?
Oh. 3.6.
3.6.
Oh, 3.6.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So-
This would apply to any future city-owned EV charging stations as well.
And if in the future we find that the cost of electricity fluctuates, it changes quite a bit, we can revisit the fee.
Yeah. So I don't want that the city would just charge it below the market price. So I don't want people lined up on a city charging station. Meantime, we heard the guy who installed, so we just make sure that if we charge $1.60 an hour, what is the cost of the break-even point for us? Because we invest the money for install the charging station, number one. The plus electric bill we have to pay. Each station have probably their own meters, right? So if $1.60, what is the margin our side? 10% to 20%? What it is?
Well, I didn't think that we were calculating the cost of putting in the charger. We were just doing the cost of electricity. The charger we put in as a service as a way to help spur people to have more access to charging stations. We also are getting funding from the state to install the chargers.
Okay, so in other words, the hardware, the charging station itself, there were no tax dollars involved. They're more like a grant, correct?
Some of it was granted,
Some of it.
and in the City Hall location, there are multiple chargers that are for city fleet vehicles only.
Yeah.
Right.
So not the entire cost of that project is for this one charger.
Exactly.
Okay, so if they charge it, there are a lot of different charging station system. One is like a rapid charging station, like a quick charging.
Yeah.
What is our system? Is it quick charge?
This is level 2.
What do you mean level 2? That
Level
means-
2. So there are 3 levels. Well, there's a 4th one if you count Teslas. But level 1s are the ones that people put in their homes. They're the ones that take at least 8 hours to put in a charge. They're pretty just low. They're sort of like a refrigerator, that kind of electricity. Level 2s are the ones that are generally placed at workplaces. You can get a decent charge within 2 hours to 4 hours. They're just the most common. The level 3s are the fastest ones. Those are the ones that can give you almost a full charge in like 30 minutes to an hour. Those are extremely expensive to install. They cost like 10 times as much.
So let me ask you, so business administrator.
Yeah.
Actually, one of the company that do maintenance and the operation, right? So if we charge $1.60, $1.60 enough to cover electric bill and the maintenance?
Yeah.
Yes.
So maintenance is included. So I just did a quick calculation, just an estimate of what you're talking about. So we're making about 30 cents an hour on our electric costs right now. If you multiply that by the assumption that maybe 5 hours a day someone's charging in these stations, there's 2 ports at this one location. This is for one charger that we've installed. 365 days a year, it's about $1,000 a year that the city would earn. You assume that we're doing debt service over 10 years for this, so it basically pays for itself in about 10 years or so.
10 years.
Yeah,
And
that's if the rates don't change, and that's if charging rates don't increase. But we hope that we're going to see a high adoption of use of these.
Yeah.
The one out here, which is really a pilot for us. I see cars there, I walk by all the time. I see cars there all the time.
I can tell you exactly how much it's been used. So in the past 90 days, there's been 418 public sessions in that one dual port public charging station with the 2 ports. And the average charging time per session is 2 hours, 39 minutes, 13 seconds. The average energy used per session is 13.59 kilowatt hours. The total energy used within 90 days is 5,680 kilowatt hours, and the average energy used per month is about 1,900 kilowatt hours.
Okay,
So
90 kilowatts. So
but if we start charging, which we plan to do, the usage will probably go down a little bit.
Yeah.
We can definitely increase the cost if you guys want to. I don't think we should go, I think the sweet spot is somewhere between $1.30 and $2. So we chose $1.60 as being a good starting point.
It's competitive with other chargers in the area.
Yeah.
I want to know just, as long as we not subsidize, you know what I'm saying?
Right,
Yeah.
of course.
So as long as it's not subsidized,
Right.
It makes sense, because the government, this city of Jersey should encourage the people to more use, so e-car, you know what I'm saying, electric motor vehicles, so as long as we not subsidize, I'm fine.
Right.
Okay?
Okay.
So you're good with that price?
Yeah.
Okay,
Excellent.
the other part of this ordinance is establishing a transaction fee for Park Mobile meter charges. One of the things that we unfortunately failed to account for when we were going through this originally was that Park Mobile is deducting from the revenue that we receive as a city a transaction fee, and it was not being collected before the money was sent to us. It was being collected after people pay in the meter. So this allows us as a city to add that charge, the transaction fee on top of the meter rate, so that we're not losing that money from the transaction. So essentially, if it was $1 of parking meter fees, Park Mobile was deducting a transaction fee from that before giving it to us. So we were losing, 20 cents from that transaction.
Park Mobile is the best.
So now, if we put your quotas at 20 minutes for quotas, but if we use a Park Mobile,
There's an extra transaction fee.
there's an extra
Yes.
convenience fee.
That is not assessed with the coins, so you can still pay with coins, and it's the regular. But if for the convenience of using Park Mobile, there's an extra transaction.
And the price $20, 20 cents.
20 cents. So
How
it's
about
actually it's actually in the contract. It's 15 cents plus 3% of the transaction, which if it's $1 or $2, up to $2 is around 20 cents.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So we try to cover what we lost for company.
Yeah. The revenue's going to the Park Mobile. We want to
Recover
collect extra to give to Park Mobile, so we're not losing money on a transaction.
Okay. All right.
Right. Any other questions? Andrew, come up next if there are other questions. Okay.
I thought Andrew was up already.
I'll take over, I guess.
Come on.
Go
ahead.
Good evening, council.
Go ahead.
I have 4 items. The first is item 3.2, which is an ordinance.
3.2.
3.2, an ordinance that establishes or prohibits right turns on red at the intersection of MLK Drive and Claremont Avenue, which is near PS 29 during school days, during school hours. This is a request that was received through C-Click Fix.
Right.
I'm sorry?
Whose ward is that?
This is F.
Jermaine, Councilor Robinson.
Okay, go to the next one.
Okay.
Go to the next one.
Item 3.3 is an ordinance that designates 20 feet as no parking anytime on Audubon Avenue. This is along the NJCU frontage. This was a request from Council President Lavaro via NJCU. They are implementing a program where they designated this space as a safe space for pickup and drop-off locations for rideshare. They selected this space because it's near a security booth and it's well lit. So this will be where they advise students to drop off or be dropped off or be picked up for school.
And Andrew,
Yes.
it's just losing that one space that's in between the two driveways?
Correct. If there's no further questions, item 3.4 establishes angled parking on two streets, Lembeck Avenue and Pearsall Avenue. These were requests from Councilwoman Ridley. They would gain 6 spaces and 9 spaces respectively.
Good job.
If there are no questions on that.
Keep going.
3.5.
Item 3.5 modifies or adds, there are a few spaces for our reserve, handicap reserve parking space program. Specifically, it changes the designee for 3 existing spaces. It creates 2 new spaces that were not included in our last round of approvals because of additional requests for information, and 1 space was relocated to a better suited location.
Okay. Any questions? Mr. Bogiano.
Okay, so before you go.
Mr. Bogiano.
No, that's okay.
I think that was the peace symbol.
And you are the charge of the traffic engineering, so I'm going to explain to that. Can you run the 320 Manhattan Avenue? 320 Manhattan Avenue. That's is a city street. One of the property owner illegally print the fence and the public street and print the gate.
Right. So I spoke with the Director of Engineering, Paul Russo, about this before the meeting. We have an inspector that is going to speak with that person tomorrow. We're going to give them a certain time frame to remove the fence, and if they don't adhere to that time frame, we'll issue citations as needed.
It's not only citation. I think about it. Public street, they put you the fence and they put your sign, private property.
Oh, you gotta take that off.
Yeah,
So
you have
now,
to take that off.
today, this Wednesday, we're going to pass one of the franchise agreements behind the illegal fence. I'm telling you,
That fence, I anticipate that fence won't be there by next week.
Oh, okay.
Okay, please, okay? You know, they did a good job. They actually paving the street. I'm not complaining. They did a great job because there was a problem. That's why I support the franchise agreement. You know what I'm saying? I want more lighting, but they show up, they're paving the whole street. Do they get the permit to the paving the street?
I don't recall.
No, that's what I'm saying. And the picture, amazing. No, so please make sure that tomorrow, okay? So
And if Kavanaugh didn't ask for that franchise ordinance for the other property, we wouldn't know.
that's what I'm saying, because it's a
Well,
city.
you would have known, somebody would have complained eventually.
Tax
Because block the
bad.
street.
It's a city street.
Yeah, somebody would have complained, this part.
All right.
Somebody would have complained.
Okay,
Somebody
please.
said they don't have no business doing it.
All right.
It would have took a little time. Darn.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Andrew, tell Paul and Lockwood you're going to get back to us, and Brian on the bikes.
Yeah, we circulated, so regarding that topic, we circulated an email on Friday with a detailed summary of action items that we took from our meeting at the end of November. And we're going to be systematically hitting those action items, which should address all the concerns that were raised at that meeting. Thank you.
Okay.
That's it?
Dinah?
Oh, Dinah.
Late item?
on the agenda or not?
It's,
It's not on the agenda.
I don't, yeah, we don't have it yet, but you can talk about it, I
I will
guess.
talk about it, I'm happy to. This is the, this is Cheryl, right?
So another item that was, I guess, submitted by Chidia on behalf of Councilman Robinson, but I think others were involved in this.
The vacant lot ordinance.
Oh, the vacant lot ordinance.
Here we go.
Yeah, I was told this was going to be on.
Yeah.
Okay, so here we go. So I don't know if...
No.
It's an ordinance?
It's an ordinance, yes.
Yeah, I know
You know what, actually?
It's not on hearings.
Yeah,
No.
we
It's
do-
currently not on.
because
It's not on, yeah, I just heard about it this morning about it not being on.
So, yeah, do me a favor,
Yes.
because there were like 4 pages of things. So we like to have time read before we discuss. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Yeah. So maybe we'll push them next week because it's not.
Yeah, it's your committee decided on this,
Right.
right? So
Yeah,
if your
but we
committee is
didn't
in
know more
accordance with
about
that,
it until
then
it came back.
whoever on the committee, if you decide that
And
amongst
actually,
yourselves.
I asked a few things. It's like correct, you know. So
Didn't we
I
email
want
this
to
out
make.
to everyone?
No.
We didn't email it out to everyone? No?
It should have been, but
No, they emailed. Number one, they emailed it.
to us.
But after
I
we
don't
review,
know.
we ask them certain things to amend. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not sure that what we ask is correct. The amended their original. So.
well, the version that I have, and you and I spoke about
Yeah.
some things about the posting of the sign.
Right.
But I wasn't in a position to make those changes. I mean, this is the version that the committee came up with.
Correct.
So you tell me the process, but it seems to me.
But I sent the email to a person. I think.
Why don't you as a committee talk about what
Yeah, that's right.
you
Let's
want to do?
talk.
Oh,
And you
That's
know
fine.
what, Scott, could you
If you want to put it on, then put it on. If you don't, if you want to hold off till January as a committee?
Hold off for January because.
Well, you guys talk among.
Yeah, because we can move on. We'll talk about it.
Good.
Okay, so we don't hold you.
Thanks,
We
Steve.
can-
Okay.
Thanks for.
Yeah, can I ask a
Sorry to keep you, oh my gosh.
But Dinah.
Folks,
I just want to ask something. Was anything done about 3060 Kennedy Boulevard?
Yes, we spoke to
That was taken care of?
Yes,
All right,
yes.
all right, thank you.
Yeah, so am I emailing this version to the committee again to look at and then to the council?
Yes, whatever you have, please share with us, okay?
to the committee or to the entire council?
I'll give it to the entire council, because that's what the committee came up with.
So we can do some amend, okay? Yeah.
And then
Okay.
this will be on the first agenda.
I thought we amended it already, right?
All right,
Okay.
thank you.
Well, you was
But
on
they
the
never
committee
see
with us. No, I know, he's saying he wanted.
All right, let's go from the top, folks.
All the amendments came from
Be
him?
happy to.
Folks, going from the top.
3.1 was on the last agenda. I don't see Norma.
She's right behind you.
Oh, well, this was on the last agenda. It allows the risk manager to raise the threshold for lawsuits he's allowed to settle, and the corporation council to raise it up, I think, to $40,000.
So Nora, I had a quick,
I'm sorry, I was told.
no, that's all right, but I had a quick suggestion on a way to potentially amend.
I don't know what resolution you're on.
Ordinance 3.1.
It's the
The
settlement.
settlement authority.
So my thought on this was, obviously,
3.1.
and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but the purpose here is that, a lot of these settlements are reasonably routine, and you want to kind of save the paperwork time, the energy of coming to council. But obviously, we want to kind of promote transparency. So the one thought that I had was, could we add in a clause that says, every, council meeting or every month, the risk manager just sends a list of each of the
Correct.
settlements that have been approved to the council that are under the
Right.
threshold.
Yeah.
And, whatever it's in
Those
those
minutes for every meeting, we can ask them to transmit.
Yeah.
So similar to how we do that with
It's all
Monthly
public.
accounting.
Yes, and ideally not just in the middle of minutes, but just saying, here are the settlement, here's the 4 cases that we settled for this amount.
Correct.
Yeah, and then just send it to us, and then, it's on the public record, it's accessible on each agenda or on a monthly agenda,
Sure.
but then it's saving people time.
So that has to
Add
be
that
added.
clause to the,
It has to be added in.
Okay, so now another of my question is that if we see that the current one, there are 2 places, the risk manager actual value up to $1,000,
okay? And now, Corporation Council, they claim value 1,000 to 7,500. Now, when we change to risk manager 5,000 up to, so Corporation Council is valuable 5,000. So in other words, if less than $5,000, I mean 5,000, risk manager is in charge of that. Anything over 5,000 for Corporation Council is a separate?
I don't understand.
It's separate.
It's separate,
Risk
right?
manager has a threshold,
And
corporation
5,000.
council has a different threshold.
Yeah. So before was a combined together, seems like, but now it's a 5,000. The up to 5,000 risk manager is in charge of that. If any claim more than 5,000, Corporation Council they charge of that, right?
5,000 to 40.
40,
Yeah,
it's up
40,
to
yes.
40.
5 to 40. But current time is already different, you know what I'm saying? Value up to 1,000 risk manager.
Yes, and Port Council was up to 7,500. That's
Okay.
1990.
Yes, okay, great idea. You know?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, next.
That's it?
We can
All
say.
right, the only other ordinance we didn't chat about was 3.7, implementation of regulations regarding the use and maintenance of donation drop-off boxes. It's an amendment to our property maintenance code.
Councilwoman Ridley.
Good idea, very good. Yeah, very good.
This here, this you
Okay.
did.
Yeah, very good.
Anything you want to say about that, Councilman?
Yeah.
Just that, I know it's been an issue outside of other areas, but particularly in Ward A, where we've had these donation boxes, we've had issues with people leaving stuff around them. And it taking forever or really not being picked up at all, and then I have to send DPW out and do a cleanup. And also people climbing into the boxes, trying to pull people out. I've actually seen people hanging out of the boxes, so aside from them being unsightly, they're also a hazard, dangerous to somebody who might be homeless and looking for clothes. So we just want to put some rules, some more rules around it to kind of stop those things from happening.
Okay. All right. Any questions, anyone?
No,
None?
good, good ordinance.
Second readings?
We talked about one, Margaret, Councilwoman Yun alluded to 4.1.
Yeah, that, actually, we had a meeting, so
Which one, Marty?
the 4.1, and they, what do they call, their franchise fee is $1 per year, and seems like they're gonna willing to go $1,000 per year. In other words, they will increase 1,000 times.
Okay.
Franchise fee, and they're gonna set up the extra lighting in their corner, so more the brighter, so prevent any future problem in their corner. So I'm happy with that. But $1 to $1,000 is great, right? 1,000 times increase. Okay.
All right. Businessman.
No, I mean, that's the way it's supposed to be, you know? That's the way it's supposed to be. So now, 4.2.
Yeah.
So we had a meeting with Housing Authority Agency, you know, the director. So she and myself, same page. But the only thing is this one, that I mentioned, we sent a couple of times an email. We changed the word that the uniform security guard to security attendant. So now this is a major change. So this is second reading. So Bob, Robert?
So what are you doing
So,
now?
do you want to introduce a new version then?
Yeah, I think that's better, okay?
What are we changing though?
So here, this one, they say uniformed security guard. To change we change the word that
Okay.
security attendant. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay.
You know, so there's a lot of places they put in this security attendant, not uniform guard. You know.
So do you want to table this and then do a new first reading at this meeting as well?
Yeah, I think whatever's the easiest way, because we have to. This is a.
Yeah, and it's up to you. It's up to the council. Yeah.
What is the easiest way? Because it's a major change actually.
Is it voted down and then start?
If you amend, but if they amend this on the record, it goes back to first reading. Do that.
So table it, you know.
So we can amend it on the record and then it goes back to first reading.
Let's do it surgically.
Okay.
Yeah. How? Robert?
Let's do it surgically. Put this one on the tabled agenda, introduce a new version.
Okay.
One that is, has a chance of being adopted on my daughter's 21st birthday.
January.
You know what, it's a no urgent rush, because the end of the year, we do next year as a first reading, okay?
So, okay, got it.
Yeah. Don't even rush. Life's too short.
And what was
Yeah, just table.
just to refresh my memory, what was the decision? We said we did speak to housing, right?
Yeah, they're happy with that, yeah, things one, because they have a misunderstanding, because based on that old one. So after
So they are gonna,
yeah,
they're gonna comply?
Yes, yes.
With a the wording is different, not with a security guard.
Okay, but
To
attendant.
security attendant.
So that's a
Now,
guy in the
can we
front
be
desk
careful
doing
with that
nothing.
attendant as well?
Right.
While you're amending this, because I know that there were times where in certain buildings, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it was in Perry Woods senior building, the seniors would take shifts. Like the goal of this is not to have a senior sitting there.
See, housing authority to a lot of building, but only 2 building over 100 units, only 2.
What?
I think the 2 units, they say 2 buildings, the over 100 units, rest of it is under 100 units. So they not require this one, this is over 100 units or so. Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Over
Yeah.
100.
Only 2 buildings is over 100.
In the whole city.
Yeah, I understand.
It's gotta be more than that.
Michael, 3060 Kennedy Boulevard has over 100 seniors.
Correct.
Oh, no, that is there, but it's not owned by housing authority.
No.
Okay.
Owned by housing only 2.
But what Curry Woods have, what 199 have? How many? You know what I mean? Those are pretty
But
large.
yeah, I don't want those to be left out.
Correct.
So,
So you need to check the number.
Yeah.
That's what.
Because why did we raise it to 100 from 75?
Correct. Why we raise it?
No, I like to have 75.
Reduced it. He reduced it to 75.
I like to have, the original right is 100, but I like to have 75.
You
But,
reduced it, that's what we said.
yeah, but not the, reduce to 75 here?
No.
No.
No, you reduced it to 75 in your ordinance.
No, 100. We stay in the 100.
You're staying at 100?
Yes, because we spoke at housing authority because of that. So we're gonna go with 100, okay? So
Because
we're
that's an
gonna
amendment.
Yes.
You have
We're
to
gonna-
amend it, 'cause
Yes,
it's
we're gonna
currently-
reintroduce it to everyone's same page.
But before that, she
Okay.
has to check, because there's 199 Ocean that have all
Yeah,
seniors.
so I don't want the housing authority to tell you to
Correct.
up it to 100 so that they can
Yes.
skip on it.
Original was 100 unit, was it?
Okay.
100. But I might feel like more 75 is more reasonable.
Yeah.
But at a lot of places, 75 is not that big units compared to, So they recommend 100, not that we believe the 100 units to be reasonable.
Yeah, I don't like that.
She has
You're
to
gonna go
check.
75? Oh, no, we can discuss with that part.
Yeah,
But
check.
talk about- yeah, talk
Yeah,
about
check
it,
your,
yeah.
check,
So
because
if
you
you
got about
feel,
a
yeah.
couple.
Okay, so
senior
what is
buildings
the
today.
proposed action,
So
Councilman
we're gonna
Young?
table it, and then we're gonna bring up the new as a first reading, the other one, okay?
At this meeting?
No, next.
In January?
Yeah.
Okay.
7 senior buildings.
Okay,
Thank you.
council members.
All right.
Anything else on second readings?
I thought it was at least 100 of them in there, but not
We
really.
discussed 4.4, 4.3.
Housing authority?
Okay, we're moving on to resolutions from the top.
They say only 2.
Did,
Robert?
Yes, sir. Moving along. 10.1, we're receiving grants and we're appropriating them. Standard business, we talked about 2 with John. 3, we're requesting a change in the title text, an amount of an appropriation. We did 10.4 with James Fioron. 10.5, authorizing refunds due to overpayments for property tax accounts. 6 through 9 with Tolosa. 10.10, resolution celebrating the life of Dorsey Y. Winan. 10.11, resolution of need pursuant to the requirements of the New Jersey HMFA to enable the agency to process the rehab of Bergen View Apartments at 654 Bergen Avenue. 12 was done. 13 is accepting a grant. FEMA assistance to firefighters grant for fire department equipment. 1014 is accepting a grant from the New Jersey New Jersey Department of Law and Public Safety, Division of Highway Traffic, New Jersey City Comprehensive Traffic Safety Program. 1015 we did with Ms. DeVica. 1016 is authorizing the award of a contract for the interpreters to the municipal court, Para Plus Translations. 1017, let's chat. Does everyone have?
Everybody, 10:17.
We gotta tune
Can we get
in.
everyone's attention, please?
Got to tune in on.
This is the calendar for the council calendar.
Are we going to have 3 p.m., 3:30 p.m. caucuses?
4 p.m. Right? 4 p.m.
We're agreeing it's 4 p.m. Okay, 4 p.m.
And the 4 p.m. also, I remember that in the summertime we have a council caucus meeting and the council meeting at the 10 a.m. because at the time city's council chamber has no air conditioning system. But today's air conditioning system is available. I think there is no reason to redo that 10 a.m. for caucus and what are they called? The council meeting in 10 a.m. I think we should go 3-2.
Councilman, you're gonna make a slight amendment to your suggestion. I
10:17.
generally agree. I would be okay with keeping the caucuses at 10 a.m.
Fine.
But during the day, but then I would like to move the council
Chamber
meetings
was
to 6 p.m.
6 p.m., yeah.
The public really can't come at 10.
Right, they can.
Okay?
So what are we doing?
No, sir.
We're gonna keep the evening meetings,
At 6.
regular meetings will be at 6.
6, right.
And the caucus meetings.
And the caucus meetings will stay during the day.
Yes, fine.
All right, the others took into effect all holidays, religious, otherwise. The rule here is if a caucus holiday falls on a Monday, it moves to Tuesday and bumps the meeting to Thursday. And if I have to look at this one more time, I will definitely need to change in the prescription of my eyeglasses.
Have a copy. A copy.
I'll be happy
Give me a
to
copy.
give you this copy.
She'll give me a copy.
All right, so the decision is made, 4 p.m. caucuses. We do have a reorg on Thursday, the 2nd day of January 2020 at 10 a.m. But the rule is, again, we bump days. We have no conflict in September with religious holidays. And I took the cue from the council's action this year of moving the November meeting, or excuse me, the Thanksgiving meeting, week caucus. We're going to have the meeting on December 2nd, the following week.
Beautiful.
Okay? So I took all the cues, and I'm sure there's a mistake on this anyway. I've looked at it too many times.
Good job.
Alrighty, let's go to, where was
18 we did.
Thank you, 19.
Could I just ask on 18, 19, and 20, actually? So, we had discussed in previous meeting about salaries, and
Yeah.
Are we going to share that information, or is the council?
Yeah, we're gonna start all the new directors at the bottom of the salary range when they're appointed, and we're gonna do an extra review for these directors at 6 months from when they're appointed. So right now, the policy for department directors is every 6 months in June-ish, and then November, December-ish. But no matter, in addition to that, we're doing an extra 6-month first review. So Allison and Lucinda had informal reviews this November, October when they started, but 6 months from when they were appointed acting directors. After that point, we'll do another extra review as well.
So starting January 1st, 2020, their salaries
Yep.
would be based on
So the new
the
salary
lowest end of the
ordinance,
salary scale?
but we're going to put them at the bottom of that range in the beginning, which is the salary that they have as acting directors, and the same salary that all directors have right now.
Yeah.
And then
after 2 reviews,
they're subject to the review process after that. Yeah.
then it could potentially be adjusted to,
At some point, yeah.
well, I mean, in 2021, that way. January
Or
1st,
next year.
2021.
Next year,
Yeah,
2020,
next year they could.
if it's 6 months.
Yeah.
You would adjust it after 6 months? Is that what
It
we
depends.
passed?
That's what he was saying.
Yeah.
We passed 6 months adjustments?
No, he was saying,
Well, we're going to do an extra review,
Okay.
just to make sure that things are going well. So that's sort of where we're at.
But did the ordinance we passed allow for a 6-month increment?
I thought it was a year.
So it was after 1 year?
Right, ours was 1 year.
Yeah.
That's why, yeah.
Oh.
The adjustment, yeah.
If you're doing the evaluation in 6 months, that the adjustment, an increase based on performance evaluation would come after 1 year. Annually, it was gonna be an
Yeah.
Annually, yeah.
But these are new appointments, so we're gonna do an extra
Right.
review, just to make sure.
But no raises until the year.
until January 1st, 2021.
Right.
Is that,
That's what we're saying, no raise, the raises would not be applicable till January 1st, 2021. Is that what
It
you're saying?
wouldn't be.
so no for just the new appointments, is that what you're saying?
For anyone.
Well, I have to
Any
take-
appointment.
Take a look.
Okay.
Take a look at the ordinance. I
Yeah.
don't remember.
Okay.
Hold on a minute, can't you, what, okay. Make it simple. You know, keep me talking, the three people talking.
I know you ain't talking as much as
So the new appointed director gonna stay in that whatever is we have now. Then 6 months later, they review that and then they increase every 6 months.
Not every 6 months. We'll just go back and confirm with the ordinance, just to make
Right,
sure.
the
we're gonna
ordinance,
align.
the ordinance said
Yeah.
annual.
But I mean, the maximum is whatever we set up the dollar.
Yeah.
It said annual. That ordinance said annual.
Okay. All right, let's keep moving on. 10.21, authorizing the use of competitive contracting to award a contract for payroll and human resources processing services. Is the HR director?
So I can talk about this. So this is authorizing us to do an RFP for a technology solution that'll help improve the payroll and HR systems end to end. So we've done pieces of this, but we know that there's still some gaps in the process. We know people have expressed frustrations with sick days and vacation days being on the pay stub or not knowing exactly what the number is, the processing of paychecks and that sort of stuff, hand scanning as a system as well, connecting directly to the payroll system. There are a lot of these little silos of technology that we have right now that we're trying to bring together.
So this is like going to an outside vendor for ADP, like ADP or something like that?
Yeah, that is a vendor out there that does provide some of the services. We're going to do an RFP, so we're not sure what's going to come back. But we met with staff last week and we told them about this and we said, look, we don't know what's going to come back. We don't know if, that there's a technology solution that's going to work for us. We don't know what the costs are, but we know that there's some gaps and there's some opportunities here to improve the system. And so if something like ADP comes back and it's an end-to-end suite, great. And it fits our cost structure, great. But we're just trying to evaluate what's out there at this point. Long story short, our goal is to have something that seamlessly connects the hand scanning to your paycheck. Your paycheck is available online. You can check in real time how many vacation days you have. It's all a digital online system. A lot of the manual processes that we have now, we're hoping to automate as well. We're not also looking to get rid of any of the staff in payroll. We discussed this with them as well. We're still going to need people in payroll no matter what. Even if we get new technology, we're trying to work with payroll to make sure that we're addressing the needs that they know about, because they do this more than we do. So we're just trying to make sure that we're creating a seamless system here.
How many people live in payroll?
7, I think, 6 or 7. Yeah.
It used to be one person one time doing time cards.
Yeah, I mean, that's another thing. Like
I remember that. I just thought that was
there's this whole
really-
paper time card system,
Right.
which is it's just so much manual labor.
Correct.
That we're just trying to get rid of all that. There's no reason why someone should be typing something and
serious.
printing it. Yeah, so that's one of the goals here too, to get rid of all that.
So our current system is not connected with the payroll system, scanning? I thought that would.
It's manually connected. It doesn't automatically sync up. So we have to have someone take a spreadsheet from one and a spreadsheet from another and reconcile everything. And then if you're a part-time employee, you're not scanning in or seasonal or something like that, you're doing a separate timesheet that has to be emailed to somebody else, and they have to. It's a lot of manual work that we're trying to undo. This will free up some of the staff to do some analysis and some more auditing of stuff as well, which is really important.
But we just put a process in place, didn't we?
We have a new HRIS system that is something that we're going to include in this, is something that we would like any new systems to work with. Look, there's maybe something out there to replace it, but this is like a long-term approach here. But if we're going to do any replacements of that, hopefully it's going to be a cost-effective replacement.
So I know that some of these payroll HR providers, that as part of their solution to your issue, to an organization's needs, did they do an assessment and so forth? Is that going to be part of the bid itself for them to be able to assess our needs?
Absolutely, yeah.
Anyone have questions?
Okay, we'll move on then to 22. Executing an estoppel certificate as required by section 15.3 of the Powerhouse Purchase Agreement dated October 29, 2018, by and between Onyx Development Corp. LLC and the City of Jersey City.
What is this doing? What is this doing, Brian?
Oh, sorry, I don't remember.
This is an estoppel certificate. We're required to do it under that agreement with Onyx. If they finance or they refinance, the estoppel certificate basically informs if anybody's in default. It memorializes the agreement so that they can refinance. It's pretty much required under the contract.
The contract with Onyx?
The contract with Onyx, and that's the section that sets it forth. That they go out for financing or refinancing. I think they're refinancing now. The person coming in, because the city is part of the agreement, is what you're saying is no one's in default. We acknowledge the agreement. We have to advise if anybody goes into default because they're going to be, obviously, they're going to have skin in the game. But it's just pursuant to that agreement. And it basically mimics the language of what needs to be in there in the estoppel certificate.
So even though Onyx company is a default loan, and the city of Jersey got nothing to do with that, right?
I didn't understand the question. What's
If
that?
the company, Onyx company, have like a default loan, whatever they get the loan, it got nothing to do with city of Jersey City. We have
It's
no.
not local Jersey City?
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with
Nothing
they
to do with
default.
Well, if they default, that's between them
Yeah.
and whoever they refinance with. It doesn't affect us. But if they default on the agreement between us, we have to advise. This estoppel certificate basically advises and gives all the facts and information as us being a party to the agreement with Onyx, so that the person coming in and getting the financing is assured that they're not in default now with us, that the agreement is valid, it's more informative than anything else. We're not on the hook with the finance.
I mean, the loan company can be a lien on the city of Jersey City.
Well, listen, I don't know the whole contract between us and Onyx. This is particularly just an estoppel certificate. It's a pretty pro forma in the law that when you agree to it in a contract, that you will advise anybody coming in that's, like I said, going to have skin in the
Only
game.
my concern is that the Onyx company get the loan for the project loan from the solar panel installed in the city of Jersey City. If they default the loan, then the company, the bank, can lien on the building, I mean, the Jersey City, so that's why I make sure that.
And your concern comes from where? Because this is an estoppel certificate.
No, I know.
That's in the original contract. It may or may not be. I don't know. That contract was executed in 2018, and the city either took on that responsibility from Onyx or it didn't, but that's not within this agreement.
Okay.
Okay, that exhausts this page from the clerk. On to 10:30. It's a program contract for the summer youth program under CDBG. I don't believe Carmen addressed
No,
that.
she didn't. Anyone have questions about that we can direct to her? Okay.
31 is covered. 32 calls for a moratorium on amendments to redevelopment plans and variances, which means if one comes before you in 2 weeks and you vote on it,
So this
resolution is
was
nullified.
introduced by myself and Councilperson Waterman. Councilperson Waterman, would you like to say anything about that, or?
Yeah, this is just because we see all this building that's going on in the city, and we're still working on the inclusionary zoning. And so what we want to do is just pretty much not allow building to go on without affordable housing, and this is what's happening. And so before the building continued, we said we will have an ordinance by March. And so when March comes, if we have an ordinance, then this is null and void. But we need to slow it down a pace because we're still dealing with affordable housing. And we still get complaints people do not have affordable housing, and buildings going up without it. So
I mean,
that's all it is.
I think it was a two-way to do it.
Which way?
One, your way.
Mhm.
Second, because your way actually completely slowed down the whole project till March or May.
Right, it's
You know,
March,
but
yeah.
if we're lucky, March.
If we lucky.
Yeah. But another way we can do, you know, we can tell them any redevelopment plan and variance. It's like the way that James Solomon did it when you draft, right? We just print the provision that, you know, if the city passes to include zoning,
Then
you're
it
gonna
have to
go
be
and wait, you know, so they continue, they knows that, you know, that if they have to build, if they pass our include zoning, the requirement, they have to follow that, you know, so they can continue plan to build, you know, instead to stop the whole things. I think at this one,
It wouldn't stop. I don't think
Actually,
it would
So
stop
things
it.
could still move forward
It
with
could
it being
move
regard to
forward, right.
studies and things of that nature.
can
It's the
do.
actual vote of a redevelopment plan amendment.
So what do you want?
my recommendation actually, James Solomon version is more reasonable as a business person. You know what I'm saying? If they plan review by plan department review plan amendment so and so, but you know, based on current things when it's okay, so you can build, but if the city council passed the include zoning so and so, then you gotta follow this one as the additional. But it's gonna be very complicated because the all building project is a financing issue. You know
And that's
saying?
what I'm saying, because
But
then they
if
would
you
have to go back.
actually, moratoriums that stop the whole things,
It wouldn't stop it. It wouldn't stop it.
I mean, it's gonna be.
There's a
stopped.
there's a set timeline on this, right?
Correct.
So it would have been impractical back in March or April, whenever we were discussing this, to say,
Right.
put a stop on things, but we've now had 3 sessions, we anticipate
Actually-
3 more, and,
Actually, Councilor Rich was gonna say, right?
It's unconstitutional.
Yes.
You can't
because
stop it.
We cannot stop it because when we stop it, if somebody put the submit the project,
Okay.
city has a duty, the responsibility to prove that
Correct.
certain period of time.
no, so look, if it's presented to the council, and knowing that if this was approved by the council, and it was the will of the council, it is non-binding in nature, right? So,
It's non-binding.
it's not a
It's
law
not.
by any
It's
means,
not a
stretch or
law.
means.
It's a resolution.
But
Right, it's not a
It's
law.
a resolution. Well, let me just, it lets the developer know, essentially, that we will deal with this after March 30th.
Right.
You see, but
That's
it's a
all it
resolution,
does.
but we use the word, the moratorium, so can't we find some other language then? We maybe, resolution, so maybe we recommend it, you know what I'm saying?
Go ahead, go ahead.
I've expressed this just so you, including the rest of the council, the larger conversation, Council President, Councilman Waterman. So I'll start with just saying this, I would request that we vote on this in the first meeting in January. The reason I say that is, so there's one specific project in downtown at Laurel and Saddlewood Courts, and I'm just speak very briefly on it because it's got to go to the planning board, it's got a whole bunch of stuff. I think it addresses like a acute core immediate need in a way that I don't know we can address in other ways. And I don't think would meet the drafts of the inclusionary zoning requirement that we're talking about. That doesn't mean you guys should vote in favor of it. I obviously would make the case for it, but so what I do if we just wait until January is I can brief everybody on what there's at. I know they've done with some of the council already, but I can brief people on what it is so you guys can have a sense of what's going on and then discuss it. And I understand there's genuine difference of opinion, which is fine, but it just give a chance for me to kind of explain to everybody what's going on that front.
Now, would this be for all projects or just projects that don't already include affordable housing? Let's say if somebody's doing an affordable housing project now with 15-20%
It would
already.
only affect those projects that would come under under an inclusionary zoning application, right? So meaning upzoning, that would require some sort of amendment to the redevelopment plan or variances to a substantial rehab. That would increase substantially density and so forth.
Yeah, because this is a project, that's going up in Wardack for trying to get on the planning board real soon. And I think it has 10% affordable, but it also has the rec center, which is, I think, valued at about $4 million. You know, and I don't want to slow that project up if that would be, I don't know how it would affect a project like that.
Is that an amendment to the redevelopment plan?
Yeah.
Okay. And is it before the planning board now?
No, I think it's coming up in January. And it's the first rec center that we have here in Jersey City. It's going to be built.
I'm not gonna mince words about it. I'm not trying to put whether it's the school or the rec center or anything like that. Not opposed to any of those ideas and concepts. But we're 3 months away from an inclusionary zoning policy potentially, right? And if it doesn't happen, for whatever reason, we don't get to a vote and don't make it, then the effect of this ordinance, which is not, again, it's non-binding in its nature, but it would be null and void at that point in terms of whatever was stated in that regard. It doesn't stop that process from that point, but it would suggest, I think, if you voted for this, you would say that if something came before you to amend the redevelopment plan to amend it, that, I mean, you would be contradicting what you said in this resolution. That's the extent of it, right? So that being said, this is the dilemma I think that we're going to have leading into over the next 3 months, and whether it's the opportunity for a school, the opportunity for a rec center, whether it's an opportunity for more open space, whatever the things are, that's a core part of the debate that's going on with regard to the inclusionary zoning. I know you haven't been able to attend some of the meetings, but that last piece, there are 4 items of differences between the 2 ordinances, and I won't go into all of them, but the last one is about the idea of whether you provide relief or not to a developer, right? Will you allow them to not build 20% or some number therein? In fact, some of the discussion we've talked about is depending on kind of the sub-markets within Jersey City, maybe we're doing less than 20%, whether it's in Ward F or Greenville or something to that effect, maybe it's less than 20%. But even if you were to exempt someone from outside of that, would you allow them to get that exemption by through some form of relief, whether it be by providing a community contribution or other things? I think it's worth at least having this discussion and debate kind of moving forward, and to allow the council to kind of figure that out as a group. And then, I'll abide by the policy however it turns out. At the end of the day, I may not be terribly happy with it at the end of the day, but...
Let me ask the council, because we have to work together on this,
Yeah.
because we all have concerns in the ward. So now, based on what I'm hearing, at least from James and Jermaine at this time, is that you prefer us to just wait to January to bring this forth because you have concern, because you work on a project, and sometimes we don't all know what projects we're working on, you know what I mean? And I know everybody needs something for their ward, and you have a project that you say is coming. So what are you asking us to do is just to wait to January before we can even discuss or introduce this?
That would be my
And how
request.
does everybody
because-
feel
because
about
it-
that? I mean, because you need
Right.
everybody vote to pass.
Correct.
That's why I'm here
The reason I make
listening.
the request is it would just give me a chance to fully explain to everybody
Okay.
where
Where
things
you
stand,
can-
and
okay.
then you can make your own informed choice.
So
If we just don't have the time in the 2 days. to get
Sure.
it done.
Okay.
Corporation Council, let me...
So my counter request on that would be that there be that we agree in principle that first meeting in January,
Right.
that if an amendment should come before us, I don't know what's out there.
Right,
I don't know
we
what's
don't
going to
know.
come forward. And that's my fear right now, is that there's going to be
something come
numbers
before us,
of
right.
amendments that
We have
will
to
move forward
discuss that.
with hundreds of units of potential affordable housing opportunities out there. And that in fact, because of the inclusionary zoning ordinance right now that's before us, that in fact, a lot of those are going to be rushed through to try to get them pushed through before. And I'm not suggesting you or anyone else is acting in that manner, but I think developers probably know that something's coming, and they're probably looking at the timeline and saying to themselves, like, I need to get this done before some policy comes in that maybe requires me to do more for Jersey City in some way.
So why don't we do this way? So let me ask you this, Corporation Council. We passed a resolution. Planning Department will now follow our resolution. What can we do?
The resolution is a suggestion, it's you saying, this is our stance, but legally, every application.
They can move it forward.
You have to consider it.
So people aren't gonna stop from
They're
putting it
not.
out there, like the council president said, it sends a message, but whoever has already been working on their plan, and was gonna submit in January or February or even March, they're not gonna stop from doing it, they're still gonna proceed, but if you say now, I vote for a moratorium not to do anything, and then somebody submits an application and you think it's a good idea or you want to put it through because it's a great idea, then you're just looking like a hypocrite. That's it, you're not doing anything illegal, you're kind of losing face.
So the best bet we do, if somebody come to city council to amend the redevelopment plan or variance, and when we do that with city council,
maybe approve the amendment with a condition. If we city pass the include zoning, then we have to put in the base on city ordinance. You have.
I think we need a legal opinion on that. I don't know that we could get that.
It's a more encourage the developer
That
side.
depends on the particular application and the laws and the redevelopment plan. That has a lot of implications. In terms of this, I mean, you could put this through, you could not put it through, or you could amend it, so it's not, I mean, a moratorium is a big word, it's a heavy word. You can amend to say that you're thinking differently about it, that whatever comes forward between now and then will get special, extra consideration, that you will be looking to do X, Y, and Z. You have choices, it doesn't have to be all or nothing, but it really does not have a legal binding on what you do moving forward on any of the applications. It's a resolution.
Do we have any other word than moratorium? Another word that's.
So we can work on the language as well, but
Yeah.
let me just say this. I personally, and I'm just speaking for myself, and Councilperson Waterman, who's also co-sponsor, can speak for herself, but I would agree to moving to January. If the council as a whole would stipulate to the idea that if there should be another amendment that come before the council, we'll table it to the following meeting. I'm not saying stop it, depending on, and let this resolution have its vote, have its day, essentially, one way or the other. And however it goes, and
I think, well, this is just I think, I don't have a problem tabling it to each of the council persons have been spoke to concerning these projects, and then y'all can make your decisions from there.
My thing is very simple.
I don't have a problem.
We're gonna push to January because of this case.
No,
We're gonna
he
do
has
that-
a
this
case
case,
too, but they want, what they want to do is speak to other council. I mean, because we're gonna work together, we should honor that at least.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
So then,
Okay.
February, if ever something happens in the heights, I'm gonna push the mark.
Tina's birthday.
Okay. All right, so they should have the right to hear it. I think they all should.
So what are you gonna do? Table it?
Yeah.
January. Not the January.
We tabling it.
the first meeting in January.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Till January?
yeah.
December.
There's no more meetings.
So it's in January.
Yeah.
And then
Until
we'll
my
find a better
daughter's
word.
21st birthday. Okay.
What's your word?
32 is moved. 33 was done. 34, appointing a very honest guy, James Madden, as the custodian of the petty cash fund for HEDC. 35 through 39 are all appointing attorneys. 35 is Florio Kenny Raval for workman's compensation. 36 is Chasen Lamparello, Mallon, and Capuzzo for defense counsel services related to workman's compensation. In fact, they're all workman's compensation.
They're not.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Just the first four.
Just the first four.
Okay, I didn't get down to the, sorry.
They're renewals of.
I didn't get down to authorizations. Okay. We got through Kenny Raval, Lamparello and Mallon. It's Biancamano and DeStefano for defense counsel services for workman's compensation. 38 is Leitner, Tort, DeFazio, and Browse to continue to provide defense counsel for workman's compensation claims. 1039 is authorizing the professional service agreement with the law firm of Apperzes, McDermott, Mastro, and Murphy for pay equity analysis.
Any questions, anyone?
And that would
This
be
was on
the
the last
balance
council.
of business.
Motion. Second.
756 by Councilperson Prinzary. Seconded by Councilperson Ridley. Let's all say goodnight at 756.
8:45?
Ladies and gentlemen, yes, if you are not going to be there, you don't want to watch that. This is the email and printed out of the corner of Tours and
So we're talking about it.
parking lot here.
Thanks so much.
If you're driving, the parking lot is at Montgomery Tours.
And actually, this is a small thing. I'm actually going to run over to Macy to get a black umbrella for the walk.
A black
Umbrella.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's going to rain. Yeah, it's going to be raining. So I don't know if anyone needs one, but I can pick one up if you want a black one.
Can I walk up under it with you?
I know I have some go.
You're walking from the